and fight for the America that we want, an America that values the people over the billionaires, an America that works for the people and not the billionaires. And we're going to do that together. I'm Alex Lawson, filling in for Thom Hartmann. I'm here for the rest of the week. I hope that you'll join us again tomorrow on the Thom Hartmann program. I'm Alex Lawson, saying thank you to everyone who is listening today.
You've been listening to Thom Hartmann. For audio and video archives, visit thomhartmann.com.
Here with your World in 2 Minutes, I'm your host, Luke Vargas. A chemical weapons attack on the rebel-held Syrian city of Khan Sheikhoun has left at least 60 people dead and hundreds injured. Footage of the aftermath of the attack shows apparent victims lying.
The Thom Hartmann program is brought to you in part by the Aiden Forecast, an investment newsletter with weekly updates of leading market indicators and a monthly deep dive into what the details of the economy and the markets mean for investors and retirees. On the web at aidenmarkets.com.
Wines have some of the highest pesticide levels in our food chain. This hour brought to you by ecowine.com. Pesticide-free wines, organic wines, imported from France by the Organic Wine Company, ecowine.com.
The Thom Hartmann program is brought to you in part by Super Beets. Super Beets are sourced from non-GMO beets, and they're packed with dietary nitrates, helping to produce nitric oxide for more energy, stamina, and support for healthy blood pressure levels naturally. For more information, call 800-223-8242 or visit freespeechbeets.com. And welcome back to the Thom Hartmann University Book Club. Today we're reading from The Last Hours of Humanity, Warming the World to Extinction, a book about extinction. The climate scientists' warnings have come true. There is more carbon in our atmosphere, trapping heat and moisture than ever before in the 165,000-year history of the human race. We are on the verge of the first ice-free summer in the Arctic in 3 million years. And back then, the Earth was a very different place from the one currently cradling us. The consequences of a warming planet are appearing much faster than had been projected by climate scientists of just a decade ago. The most dire warnings, rising oceans, freak storms, and agricultural collapse, they're all taking place right now. And it's going to get worse. But now other voices have entered the fray. Those of geologists who study the longer-term implications and histories of a planet undergoing rapid global warming. Specifically, they are focused on extinctions. The climate scientists, geologists, and those from related scientific disciplines need to continue talking to each other because at some point we may be able to see the critical moment in which the current climate crosses from the realm of a global destabilizer to a global extinction event. We must wake up. It's hard to imagine life without Earth. We take the vast variety of life on this planet and even our own existence for granted. But numerous times in our planet's history, life as we know it has come close to disappearing entirely. We call these events mass extinctions, and we even teach school children about those times of great death on our planet. For example, we know that long ago, on a much more unstable planet, the dinosaurs were killed by an asteroid striking the Earth. This leads many people to believe that as long as we don't see an asteroid hurtling toward the planet, all is well. But this is not rational thinking for several reasons. The asteroid impact that killed the dinosaurs and started a major mass extinction is the only event having to do with outer space that we can trace with any certainty. And new science indicates that the asteroid impact itself wasn't what killed the dinosaurs. It was the global warming that followed it. New science has discovered a common theme in all of the extinctions in the past, and it's woven right into the global fabric of today as yet another mass extinction threatens our planet. That global consistent thread is global warming. We have had 6 extinctions in the billion-year history of life on our planet. Each sharp spike in the chart below indicates one of these mass extinctions. There's a chart on the page. Occurring about 450 million years ago, the Ordovician / Silurian mass extinction devastated marine life, which at the time dominated the planet. In a series of 2 extinctions, 60 and 70% of all life on the planet was taken, respectively. Then, fewer than 100 million years later, the planet was rocked again. The Denovian period was capped off by a 20 million year death march. It killed off 70% of life on Earth. This included many coral reefs, which didn't return for another 100 million years. We know of the KT extinction, the Cretaceous Tertiary extinction, which occurred 65 million years ago, ending the reign of the dinosaurs. There was also an extinction event 200 million years ago, known as the Triassic-Jurassic mass extinction. But none of these extinctions explains the huge spike shown in the center of the previous chart. That one happened 250 million years ago and was the worst mass extinction of species event in the history of our planet. It was the extinction of all extinctions. Referred to as the Great Dying, the Permian mass extinction took out at least 95% of all life on the planet in fewer than 100,000 years, an instant in geological time. Professor Paul Wignall of the University of Leeds, and an expert on mass extinctions, told me that the Permian was the greatest crisis that life on Earth has ever suffered. Only in the past 2 decades has the cause of the Permian extinction been understood. It was speculated that an asteroid impact may have been the trigger, but more recent research by Professor Wignall, geologists, and other scientists around the world have revealed the true trigger came from deep within the Earth. The Permian mass extinction was initiated by a colossal flow of lava in an area of what is now Siberia. That was the trigger, but not the killer. The killer was under the water and under the ice, where trillions of tons of greenhouse gases, largely derived from carbon, and frozen in the form of crystalline methane, lay in wait. Thus, global warming is the force behind the death of nearly everything on the planet during the Permian mass extinction. That point is well illustrated. You can again see the spikes of mass extinctions measured by the increase in global temperatures, with the largest spike representing the Permian mass extinction. Wignall told me, there have been a lot of disasters and crises in the geological past. It's interesting to study them because they may have a comparison to today. He added, I think it is certainly extremely significant that a lot of the main crises of the past are associated with global warming, with obvious implications for the present day. The 6th mass extinction may even rival the speed and intensity of the Great Permian mass extinction, but the 6th is not represented on either of the 2 previous charts. That's because it's the one happening today, right now, all around us. And then we go on to document how the burning of fossil fuels is throwing an amount of carbon into the atmosphere, greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, that's relatively similar to what happened with that giant volcanic eruption in Siberia 250 million years ago with the Permian mass extinction, and how it could be leading to a major extinction event. The book is The Last Hours of Humanity, Warming the World to Extinction.
This is the Thom Hartmann Program.
Welcome to the Thom Hartmann Program. I'm Alex Lawson, filling in for Tom. It is Wednesday, April 5th, and there is a lot going on, which is why I'm very pleased to be joined by Skype by Representative Mark Pocan from the great state of Wisconsin. Representative Pocan, thanks for joining us.
Glad to be here, Alex. Thank you.
So there is so much going on that I kind of want to let you tell me what you think the big news going on right now is.
You know, I'll tell you, ever since the failure of Trump Care, there's been lots of things going on, but I don't know if we know where the Republicans are exactly going.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that we saw was the interesting articles today about the White House has been telling the Tea Party, the Freedom Caucus, one thing about the future of healthcare, and then telling the moderates and the people in swing districts another thing. So they're kind of playing everyone against everyone. And it's an interesting thing to watch unfold, especially if, you know, they're still going to do something, I think, or try to do something around repealing the Affordable Care Act and coming up with something they can try to pass. But also if they're going to do tax reform, if they're going to do an infrastructure package, if they're going to pass a budget, this is just going to be very interesting to watch. And I think there's still, you could tell that there are big training wheels on the Trump administration still.
Mm-hmm.
And quite honestly, Paul Ryan hasn't exactly been shown to ride a big bike yet either. And there's a lot of confusion, I think, about where they're going next. In the meantime, you know, we've been, as Democrats and especially as progressives in the Progressive Caucus, you know, we're moving forward, looking at when we come back later in April, releasing our Progressive Caucus budget, which is really the best statement of your values, and we'll introduce a lot of big ideas there. And I think that's going to be something for people to look at, real alternatives compared to what the Republicans are busy fighting over right now. And I think you're going to see a very busy, I think, April as we approach that April 28th deadline. That would essentially be a government shutdown if we don't do something that just happens to coincide with Donald Trump's 100th day. I think, you know, we're going to, that week we come back, because we're about to go into a 2-week break, a lot's going to lead into that.
So there's so much there, Representative Pocan. And, you know, we want callers to call in and talk with Representative Pocan. But I think Paul Ryan not only has shown himself to have training wheels, he fell off the bike with training wheels on. I mean, like that, he had 7 years to plan and it just failed. And I'm watching what's happening, and I feel like what we're seeing is the difference. So what the progressives and I'm going to say the grown-ups in Congress are doing is governing. And what you're seeing from the Trump administration and Paul Ryan is still political posturing and messaging. Like their ideas are really about scoring political points, not dealing with healthcare, which is 1/6 of the economy, right? I mean, that's the fundamental difference that I'm seeing, is that they're not actually interested in governing. Their ideas are not real. They're just political posturing.
Well, and listening to Paul Ryan when it failed, saying, hey, you know, we're transitioning now, we're in charge. No, they've been in charge of my house since 2010, and they've had no solution offered, and yet 60-some attempts in votes to repeal the Affordable Care Act. So clearly they haven't, you know, done the hard work that it takes. If they really didn't like the Affordable Care Act, the fact that 20 million people now have access to health insurance, and pre-existing conditions aren't now going to exclude you from getting health insurance, and you don't have a lifetime cap, and that women pay the same as men, and on and on and on, all the benefits that have helped to hold costs down really over that period, all except for the last year. We finally saw a little bit of a spike. But, you know, when you look at all of that and the fact that they still don't have an alternative, that really isn't a tax break for the wealthiest guised as a healthcare proposal, because that's what they really understand, right? They understand their wealthy benefactors. Right. They understand the people who fund their campaigns, who they hang out with at Mar-a-Lago, who they share $350 bottles of wine with. I mean, so the problem is they haven't transformed from that entity to a governing entity, but they've been in charge the whole time. You're right, though. All they ever do is make these platitudes about what they don't like about, and they had a boogeyman for them in President Obama. But now they really don't have anyone to blame but themselves.
In absolute contrast to that, and I want to take callers, so please call in to talk to Representative Pocan about what's going on in D.C. I'm not just trying to be super nice, although I follow your work, and, you know, you deserve the progressives in this country to be super nice to you because you are a leader, a stalwart leader on these issues. But this is also just the facts. You and progressives in the House and in the Senate have consistently offered a vision for the future of America that is far more detailed and in-depth and in the weeds, right? I mean, like, this is a real vision. The people's budget, as you talked about. Right now, Representative Lawson, and I think maybe it's actually at this exact moment, is introducing a bill to expand Social Security that I know you've co-sponsored, with 80% of the caucus is on board with that, right? These are visions for where we want to take the country. And the difference between, you know, what you are doing and the progressives in the House and Senate and, you know, the Donald's administration and Paul Ryan and falling off the bike with the training wheels is really stark at this point.
Absolutely. I mean, so you mentioned John Larson is introducing the Social Security 2100 Act to really reform how we do Social Security, to make it so it actually works in all the ways that we need to have it work. This week, a number of Democrats, led by Bernie Sanders and Pramila Jayapal, introduced the College for All Act, another bill around college affordability. When we introduce our progressive budget that's going to come out, you're going to see a $2 trillion investment in infrastructure, our roads, our bridges, our schools, our broadband, and in a much broader conversation about infrastructure than you've ever going to see come out of the Trump administration, or certainly out of the House Republicans, because they don't even believe in an infrastructure package. We have a path towards single payer in our progressive caucus budget. We take away some of the funds that are going into defense that aren't spent wisely right now, and make sure that we're spending them on individuals and programs, things like NIH and Pell Grants and other things. So it's a stark contrast, but you're right, Alex. We try to offer, we don't want to just say no, because there's plenty of things to say no to these days, but we want to offer an alternative path to show that there is a difference, because I think what we saw from the campaign, you can't just say, I'm not that person and get elected. You have to offer a real contrast.
I couldn't agree more, Rep. Pocan. We're going to go to a quick break here, and we're going to come back and give maximum amount of time to the callers who want to talk to you about your vision for where we take America that's in line with the will of the majority of the American people. You're listening to the Thom Hartmann Program. I'm Alex Lawson, filling in for Tom, and we'll be right back.
This is the Thom Hartmann Program.
Taking your calls on the Thom Hartmann Program right after this. Welcome back to the Thom Hartmann Program. I want to get right to the phones. Richard, you are on the line with Representative Pocan and myself. Richard, you there?
Yes, good afternoon. I just wanted to make a quick comment about the tax reform bill that the Republicans want to propose. And it seems to me that we can't compare our nation, which is obviously running a huge debt. We can't compare our nation to smaller nations where everybody's making a race towards the bottom to lower corporate taxes. All these corporations that are making millions and millions of dollars, we are basically the policemen of the world. And if you're going to be the policeman of the world, you need funds to fund that big, huge military that the Republicans want to have. And we can't compete with the smaller nations that are lowering their corporate tax rates and expect to balance a budget with such a small corporate rate compared, to other nations, industrial nations in the world.
Richard, thank you so much for your question. Representative Pocan?
Sure. Well, Richard, thanks for your question and comments. So I think it's going to be far more difficult to do tax reform than they seem to think. I mean, if they couldn't handle healthcare, and granted, that's a very big part of the economy, but I can tell you at least 20% of the meetings I have in Congress are groups coming and talking to me about tax reform. And my staff say even a greater amount of their time is spent meeting with groups talking about tax reform. So they want to lower the corporate rate. So even though, they claim they want to look out for the middle class and everyone else, they're not taking us up first. They're taking up lowering the corporate tax rate, which while is a higher rate when compared to other countries around the world, the difference is the effective rate, what people actually pay, is in the teens. So, I think because of all the tax deductions. So, a lot of what they say is rhetoric. What they're once again doing is lowering taxes for the wealthiest 2% for pretty much everyone in the Trump administration and pretty much everyone who are the corporate masters of the Republican Party in this country. And we all are going to get ignored because you're going to have less revenue for the very programs that I think really benefit the mass of society. So this is one that I think it's going to be a bigger undertaking than they think, but really just look at what they're doing. They want to take care of a very small percent of people and cut their taxes at the expense of the 98% of the rest of us. And we should remember that as time goes on.
And they want to massively increase spending at the Pentagon while, right? I mean, like, as you've said, a budget is a moral document. It is it shows exactly where your values are. And the difference between Trump vision, which gives huge giveaways to billionaires and Wall Street and the corporate executives at the expense of working families, and spends enormous amounts of money, increases the Pentagon spending while cutting critical programs like Meals on Wheels. It's just a vision for a very dystopian future, right? Where there's a very few amount of people who have everything and everyone else is left paying the bill. Representative Pocan, we're going to be right back taking more questions with Representative Pocan on the Thom Hartmann program. I'm Alex Lawson filling in for Tom, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to the Thom Hartmann program. I'm Alex Lawson filling in for Tom, and we are joined by Skype by Representative Mark Pocan, representing the great state of Wisconsin, and we just want to get right into some calls. So, Horace in North Carolina, you're on the line with Representative Mark Pocan.
Good afternoon, sir, and thank you for taking my call. Sir, I wanted to know why the Democrats are so solid on the fact that the Trump administration closes the doors and they get certain laws, like they have this thing with the internet now. They're dumping coal into the streams. They're doing away with all the environmental protections that we have. I mean, they're doing so many things against the whole country. Why aren't the Democrats standing up and putting this on the air?
Horace, thanks so much for your call. Representative Pocan?
So Horace, this question I think comes up every week from someone, and I'm more than glad to raise it again because it's probably the biggest frustration of many of us in Congress. If the mainstream media doesn't report it, it didn't happen. So as Tom mentions, we Press Progressive Caucus, just as one example, has multiple press conferences, it seems like almost every week, where we're out there on something, $15 minimum wage, protecting Social Security, protecting healthcare, and it just doesn't get covered by the mainstream media. In fact, if you watch just the major networks, you would probably think there are 20 people in Congress. And that's about it. They keep going back to the same people. They talk about the fights between the two. That helps to sell detergent during commercials. And actually covering what's happening doesn't necessarily do that. So there are a lot of people in the Democratic Party. In fact, I would say almost everyone. I can't think of many who aren't fighting most of these things. And we have organized collective actions to do that. And yet, if they don't get picked up, unfortunately, people don't know that around the country. So it's a frustration that I and many others certainly have, but be assured we are doing this on a regular basis. It's just so hard to get those words out. They seem to cover Russia right now. They understand the Russian involvement in the elections, sort of. They understand where Mar-a-Lago is. But, other than a few subjects, we get very little coverage.
So I want to disagree with only one. It's a quibble, but it is, you said mainstream news, and I just want to say corporate media. I want to say the corporate media that have a sort of a lock on the stories that get out there. They strategically ignore stories, right? It's not by accident that they don't tell these stories. And I'm going to actually share one right now. I have an email from a reporter. Maybe I won't call out exactly, but it's broadcast television. And, we, as Representative Pocan had just said, there's a press conference right now with Representative John Lawson, who's introducing a bill that 80% of the Democratic caucus in the House have sponsored to expand Social Security, which is what 80% of the American people agree with. We emailed to try to get media there, and we will have media there, and we also have truth tellers like Thom Hartmann. But the email I got back, and it was just a few words, and it said, "Why is this news?" Right? That's what we're up against here. The corporate media literally don't understand what is news because they're not in the news business. They're in the selling soap business. Their business is the commercials in between the news. Representative Pocan, sorry, I just had to add that in because, I see it just as much as you. Every day you wonder, why is the media not covering these huge stories? Let me take another call. Jared in Pennsylvania, you're on the line with Representative Pocan.
Yes, hello. Hello, Alex and Representative Pocan. I want to talk about the recent Syrian attack. Do you believe the narrative that Assad was behind the chemical attack? And if so, do you support the 2,000 U.S. ground troops that Donald Trump has sent over to Syria without constitutional authority from Congress? And thank you, and I'll take the call off the air.
No, thank you, Jared. And, let me answer the second part, and I'll try to come back to the first, because I can answer the first very quickly. We haven't really had a briefing. This is still relatively new, so I think the information I've gotten is the same information you've gotten right now from what we're reading in accounts. So I don't know if I can answer that as thoroughly as I'd prefer to. What I can tell you is absolutely we do not think that additional troops should be put into Syria or Yemen or anywhere without coming to Congress. That's something that we think we need to get proper authority. And in fact, Barbara Lee has led, another member of the Progressive Caucus, has led in many of these conversations trying to make sure that we do get a chance to review that and give the proper authority and not just rely on something that's now a decade old to make sure that a president has the ability to do this without coming to Congress, because that's our responsibility. So I don't support the troops going into countries right now without getting our approval, and I think that's the position of most Democrats in Congress.
So I want to take one more caller here. James in Florida, you're on the line with Representative Mark Pocan from the great state of Wisconsin.
Yes, Mark, I just want you to know I unionized the county here in Florida about a year and a half ago, and right now we're battling the House in Florida. They're trying to do the same thing Scott Walker did, decertification.
James, thank you for doing that. I'll tell you, I come from a union background. I've had a union printing business for nearly 3 decades, been a member of the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades, worked very closely with labor back home as a state legislator, and was in the legislature when Scott Walker did the attacks on collective bargaining. We refer to that period as the uprising. And I can tell you that, we know there's so much in studies that show people are going to make more money and get better treatment at work if you have a union. And I think what we've seen are these attacks by Republicans across the country. So while it's in Florida now, it's in Iowa right now, too. They're doing the same changes that Scott Walker did and attacking their public employees, somehow blaming them for, quite honestly, a non-existent problem. And what they're really trying to do is destroy those unions, and they think that also helps to destroy the Democratic Party. So they're doing it for all the most crass reasons that ultimately hurt people in those states. And we know that I think it's 27% more you can make as a union member than as a non-union member doing the exact same work. So thank you for what you've tried to do there. But we're looking at this nationally. There has been right to work legislation discussed happening nationally. We're watching things like yesterday when Donald Trump went to the Building Trades Council, never once mentioned the Davis-Bacon law or project labor agreements or anything that actually matters to the building trades. He talked about flags on buildings, but that's not exactly talking about substance to working families to make sure that they can, pay their mortgage and send their kids to college and take a family vacation. So, James, you get me going on union issues. I can go for quite a while, but thank you for what you have done in Florida and fight the fight. This is an attack that I think we will come out of stronger for organized labor because people will realize the many benefits that we all
Representative Pocan, thank you so much for all that you do. Representative Mark Pocan, representing the great state of Wisconsin. Thank you for joining us on the Thom Hartmann program. I'm Alex Lawson, filling in for Tom, and we will be right back.
You're listening to the Thom Hartmann program. Call 202-808-9925.
And it's up to you and to us to get the word out about progressive champions like Mark Pocan from the great state of Wisconsin and all the work that they're...
And welcome back to the Thom Hartmann University Book Club. Today we're reading from The Last Hours of Humanity, Warming the World to Extinction, a book about extinction. The climate scientists' warnings have come true. There is more carbon in our atmosphere, trapping heat and moisture than ever before in the 165,000-year history of the human race. We are on the verge of the first ice-free summer in the Arctic in 3 million years. And back then, the Earth was a very different place from the one currently cradling us. The consequences of a warming planet are appearing much faster than had been projected by climate scientists of just a decade ago. The most dire warnings, rising oceans, freak storms, and agricultural collapse, they're all taking place right now. And it's going to get worse. But now other voices have entered the fray. Those of geologists who study the longer-term implications and histories of a planet undergoing rapid global warming. Specifically, they are focused on extinctions. The climate scientists, geologists, and those from related scientific disciplines need to continue talking to each other because at some point we may be able to see the critical moment in which the current climate crosses from the realm of a global destabilizer to a global extinction event. We must wake up. It's hard to imagine life without Earth. We take the vast variety of life on this planet and even our own existence for granted. But numerous times in our planet's history, life as we know it has come close to disappearing entirely. We call these events mass extinctions, and we even teach school children about those times of great death on our planet. For example, we know that long ago, on a much more unstable planet, the dinosaurs were killed by an asteroid striking the Earth. This leads many people to believe that as long as we don't see an asteroid hurtling toward the planet, all is well. But this is not rational thinking for several reasons. The asteroid impact that killed the dinosaurs and started a major mass extinction is the only event having to do with outer space that we can trace with any certainty. And new science indicates that the asteroid impact itself wasn't what killed the dinosaurs. It was the global warming that followed it. New science has discovered a common theme in all of the extinctions in the past, and it's woven right into the global fabric of today as yet another mass extinction threatens our planet. That global consistent thread is global warming. We have had 6 extinctions in the billion-year history of life on our planet. Each sharp spike in the chart below indicates one of these mass extinctions. There's a chart on the page. Occurring about 450 million years ago, the Ordovician/Silurian mass extinction devastated marine life, which at the time dominated the planet. In a series of 2 extinctions, 60% and 70% of all life on the planet was taken, respectively. Then, fewer than 100 million years later, the planet was rocked again. The Denovian period was capped off by a 20 million year death march. It killed off 70% of life on Earth. This included many coral reefs, which didn't return for another 100 million years. We know of the KT extinction, the Cretaceous-Tertiary extinction, which occurred 65 million years ago, ending the reign of the dinosaurs. There was also an extinction event 200 million years ago, known as the Triassic-Jurassic mass extinction. But none of these extinctions explains the huge spike shown in the center of the previous chart. That one happened 250 million years ago and was the worst mass extinction of species event in the history of our planet. It was the extinction of all extinctions, referred to as the Great Dying. The Permian mass extinction took out at least 95% of all life on the planet in fewer than 100,000 years, an instant in geological time. Professor Paul Wignall of the University of Leeds, and an expert on mass extinctions, told me that the Permian was the greatest crisis that life on Earth has ever suffered. Only in the past 2 decades has the cause of the Permian extinction been understood. It was speculated that an asteroid impact may have been the trigger, but more recent research by Professor Wignall, geologists, and other scientists around the world have revealed the true trigger came from deep within the Earth. The Permian mass extinction was initiated by a colossal flow of lava in an area of what is now Siberia. That was the trigger, but not the killer. The killer was under the water and under the ice, where trillions of tons of greenhouse gases, largely derived from carbon, and frozen in the form of crystalline methane, lay in wait. Thus, global warming is the force behind the death of nearly everything on the planet during the Permian mass extinction. That point is well illustrated. You can again see the spikes of mass extinctions measured by the increase in global temperatures, with the largest spike representing the Permian mass extinction. Wignall told me, there have been a lot of disasters and crises in the geological past. It's interesting to study them because they may have a comparison to today. He added, I think it is certainly extremely significant that a lot of the main crises of the past are associated with global warming, with obvious implications for the present day. The 6th mass extinction may even rival the speed and intensity of the Great Permian mass extinction, but the 6th is not represented on either of the 2 previous charts. That's because it's the one happening today, right now, all around us. And then we go on to document how the burning of fossil fuels is throwing an amount of carbon into the atmosphere, greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, that's relatively similar to what happened with that giant volcanic eruption in Siberia 250 million years ago with the Permian mass extinction, and how it could be leading to a major extinction event. The book is The Last Hours of Humanity, Warming the World to Extinction.
Want to connect with the show online? You can find the Thom Hartmann program on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Welcome back to the Thom Hartmann program. I'm Alex Lawson, filling in for Tom, and I am very lucky to be joined in studio by Rebecca Vallas, whose title I believe is just The Boss.
No disagreement here,
I think it's
Alex.
just The Boss.
You got it right.
And host of Off Kilter, a radio show that everybody should be listening to. And I think that's kind of the into what I want to talk to you about, because, you know, you're on the Thom Hartmann program. Tom is a truth teller in the media. Off Kilter, the point of it is to tell the truth, tell the stories that the media, the corporate media, are ignoring. I was just talking with Representative Mark Pocan from Wisconsin about how the corporate media ignores a lot of the stories that, you know, that the progressives are working on. And then there is one piece of corporate media garbage that I really think is, you know, has eternally been horrible on Social Security. They also, though, lied us into the Iraq War and never said sorry for it. They get a lot, like they're held up as really a high standard in journalism, but they fail over and over and over again, and that is the Washington Post. So I want you to tell us about the latest debacle of horrible journalism coming out of that newspaper.
Yeah, Alex, I really appreciate you wanting to be one of the truth tellers on this, because unfortunately, the media gets it wrong over and over and over again on Social Security broadly, but in particular on Social Security disability insurance, which is part of Social Security. Out of every paycheck that you're paying into the Social Security system in case of needing income in retirement, you're also paying effectively for disability insurance. So if you hit a point in your life where you end up getting injured, or you get sick, or you develop a disability and it limits your ability to work significantly, that disability insurance is there for you. And that's something that a lot of people don't really realize they're paying into when they pay their FICA taxes out of their paychecks. Now, just backing up for a second, this is one of those classic zombie lies that just won't die. And the Washington Post has brought it back up front and center again with a above the fold front page Sunday edition, quote, investigative piece they did this weekend. The zombie lie, of course, is that somehow disability insurance is really easy to qualify for and everyone's getting it, and it's become the new unemployment program.
And all these people are taking advantage of the hard work, right? Like that whole narrative.
The whole makers takers thing, it's all the same stuff.
And this is probably like the 7th time that I've seen in the last 6 years this exact same story over and over and over again, and every time it's false.
And part of what makes it so brazen, and I think that's probably the right word here, because it's if I were to tell you that a reporter is going to decide to pitch a story to his or her editor, and it's going to be not only not true, but it's also going to be something that's been debunked by every time other news outlets have made the same mistake, and
then it can no longer be called a mistake.
It's no longer a mistake. It's actually lying at that point, and it's willful because you do some research before you do a front page above the fold story in the Washington Post. But that is in fact what has happened here again. And the new spin is it's rural America, and so the lead of this piece is disabled or just desperate. Rural Americans are turning to disability when the jobs dry up. Now the reality here, and I think we should probably stop giving airtime to the zombie lie, right? Because what we want to do is actually
say what the truth is.
Arm people with the facts. The reality about this program is, as I said, it's something people pay for out of every paycheck. It's insurance, but also it's incredibly, incredibly hard to qualify for this program. So if you have a disability and it's not going to be a long-term disability, you're not going to get benefits. If you have maybe an illness and it's not that significant, you're still able to work, for the most part, you're not going to get benefits.
So let me ask one clarifying question there, because this comes up all the time. What if you can't do the job that you were doing? Is that the line?
That is the first question that's going to get asked. Can you go back to doing the job that you have been doing? And if the answer is no, you're still not going to get benefits, because what you have to prove is that you can't do any job that exists in significant numbers in the entire national economy at a level where you would earn even about $270 per week. That is the definition. And that's not just because you can't find a job. It's not because you aren't trying that hard. It's because you have a physical or a mental impairment or a combination of impairments that is so significant that that's what it limits you from being able to do. And now don't take my word for it about how hard it is to qualify for this program. Talk to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD. They actually look at all of their member countries' programs, and they find year after year the United States has the strictest definition of disability in the entire developed world, apart from Korea. So if we want to find a way to make our program even stricter and harder to qualify for, we would need to model our standard of disability after the Koreans.
So they, just to push on that a little bit, because people say, oh, well, are they saying, oh, good, it's the second strictest and we want to be number one? That's not what it is. They're saying, and the reports that come out say, that the requirements are ensuring that there are, I want to make sure I get this right, there's more false negatives, right? So people who should be getting the insurance that they've paid for, right? They are facing a significant disability, a life-changing disability, and they've been paying into this system the whole time, but they're improperly denied. Yeah. That is the problem that we have in this country, not that there's all these people who are improperly accessing their insurance, but there's all these people who have paid into this are insured, right? Like you and I are fully insured with this disability insurance. It is ours. No one is giving it to us. Right. We've purchased it for ourselves.
That's right.
And the problem is the system right now, when we need it, for too many people is saying, no, you can't have it.
And going back to my days before I did policy work, before I hosted a radio show, I actually was one of the lawyers. I was a legal aid lawyer. I represented low-income people, workers who ended up having disabilities and who had trouble accessing the system because they had been denied benefits. And so I can tell you, I saw story after story of people who had serious disabilities, even terminal illnesses in some cases, who had been denied benefits that, as you pointed out, they paid for. And in many cases, they were waiting months, even years, waiting for that day in court in front of an administrative law judge to prove their case. Some people would end up in foreclosure. They would drain all of their savings. They would end up on the streets, homeless, because they couldn't access this system. Unfortunately, that's not the story that most of the mainstream media tells. They like to tell a story.
I want to do one correction. It's the corporate media.
Okay, sorry, not just the mainstream media, but the corporate media, the story that gets told over and over again. And it's not just the Washington Post here who continues, by the way, to get this wrong. This is not a new story for them either. They published exactly the same story in 2010, the last time, and got it all wrong the last time. But it's, NPR did a series several years ago that committed all the same sins.
It's not just the corporate media. No. You're right.
That's right. It's really also public broadcasting. So it is mainstream media.
It's pervasive. It's pervasive.
And so, but backing up from all of this, why does this matter? It's not just because people get annoyed that they see things that they know are not true. You get annoyed, I get annoyed, we text each other, we get frustrated. That isn't where it ends. The problem is that misleading, myth-based media has real-life consequences. And we've seen this before. In fact, welfare, the 1996 so-called welfare reform law is a great example of what happens when you end up with myth-based media that drowns out the facts. And so when the public and policymakers, all they're hearing is all of these myths, they end up feeling like, man, we need to solve that problem. In the early 90s, the story was Reagan's welfare queen. Well, unfortunately, the welfare queen is alive and well, and now is embodied in the disability beneficiary today. And that's what the media have ensured. So where are we now? Well, we're in a political landscape where not only do we have a Republican Congress that is questing after not just slashing this program, but basically the entire safety net. We also have President Trump's budget director, Mick Mulvaney, who is making very clear his desire to cut this program. Now, he's got one small problem, and that problem is that President Trump committed on the campaign trail and repeatedly now that he's in office not to cut Social Security. And that was a promise a lot of people, I would bet, were relying on when they voted for him in November. Folks who are working class, who are struggling, who aren't looking to have their Social Security taken away. And Mick Mulvaney has very smartly realized, well, if we make sure that people believe that Social Security retirement is the good Social Security and that Social Security disability insurance is the bad and welfare-like Social Security, then Trump isn't going to be accused of breaking that promise if he cuts the disability part. And that is exactly what stories like this give him cover to do.
And I mean, what I want to say is it is an active part of the attack, right? It's not like these magically happen apart from each other. The myth, the lie of the welfare queen was concocted by right-wing ideologues.
Exactly right.
Who work for greedy liars on Wall Street and all the other billionaires. And they want to cut programs so that they can extract wealth to themselves. That's what it's about, stealing money from the people into the pockets of billionaires. And they use their own media to propagate these myths and to corner politicians who are too weak to stand up with the truth and fight back.
And we actually saw this, Alex. There's a direct link, not to interrupt you, but to interrupt you. There's a direct link between where some of these stories actually get not just pitched, but funded. Yeah. So we saw with NPR, and this news broke, but no one really actually followed it. The story that NPR did, because they are public broadcasting, was privately funded. And guess who some of those funders were? It was the private disability insurance market, who has a ton to gain if we end up seeing cuts to this program, because then they actually get to say their product is the alternative. And so that's what happened with NPR's story. I don't know if the Post is receiving any kind of funding to do this.
Well, I mean, Pete Peterson, right, has a content sharing agreement with the Washington Post. Pete Peterson is the billionaire who has made it his life's quest to push millions of people into penury and an early grave for some sort of, psychological. I don't know why. It is greed, but he has to have some sort. He must get joy out of it.
I'm sure he does.
The way that Paul Ryan, I think, also gets some sort of thrill. He said he fantasized about it in college. Like that's a
keg
sickness.
Parties. That was the rest of that sentence.
Yeah, that's a sickness. But these are strategically designed lies, propaganda to tee up policies that benefit the paymasters. So the reason they tee up disability insurance, which is part of Social Security, there is no two Social Securities. There's one. It is one wage insurance package. We are insured against the loss of wages for a few things: retirement, disability, and for the families, death of a breadwinner, survivors benefits. But what they're doing is they're trying to tee up, they're looking for the soft underbelly that they can actually destroy Social Security. So what I want to make sure everyone understands is that, they're going to try to say, oh, don't worry, we're not going to go after this, the good side. We're only going after the quote unquote bad side. That's not at all true. First of all, there's no sides. There's just one. Second of all, this is a strategically designed attack. It's actually mapped out of how to destroy the entire program writ large. They are coming after Social Security. They never quit. They never give up, and the attacks on disability are just a vector for them to put their propaganda in their attacks.
And I want to say, Alex, for anyone who did read the Washington Post piece, I actually got a lot of emails from friends, from family members, from colleagues who said, and I would agree with this, it was a beautifully written piece that actually inadvertently highlighted a whole bunch of real problems. So my plea to people who both read that piece and are interested in actually wondering what are the policy solutions here would be, let's not blame the lifeboat for the floods, but instead the man who's profiled in this Washington Post piece, he's unemployed, he's looking for work in a rural town, Beaverton, Alabama, and he says in the piece he's never had health insurance in his entire life. That in itself is a huge problem that maybe we should be talking about Medicaid expansion, because Alabama is one of the states still refusing to expand Medicaid. Maybe we should be talking about the consequences if the Republican plan for repealing the Affordable Care Act and massively gutting Medicaid beyond just rolling back the expansion would actually do. It would hurt people like him and other people who would be in his predicament, getting sicker, being unable to work because they don't have access to preventive care and to treatment for injuries like the one that he has. He has a bad knee. So anyway, all that's to say that there are real issues that media could be focused on here, many of which the Post would be well advised to take up. And I particularly think it's important to say that because what we've been told is that this is the beginning of a year-long series that the Washington Post is going to be doing on these issues, disability in America and what it means and how it is playing out. There are a lot of real issues that should be tackled, not just the lack of health insurance that this man profiled in the piece has, but how about thinking about the disability wage gap? People with disabilities in this country only earn 63 cents on average on the dollar compared to their peers who don't have disabilities. Let's think about that and why people who are struggling to work, struggling to make ends meet for their families are being met with problems at every turn and even employment discrimination. There's a lot there, Alex, and that's what the media should be doing if it were actually doing its job, not pushing these kinds of welfare queen stories that can end up having real consequences that include the removal of lifeline programs that help people keep a roof over their heads.
And they're not just stories, though. It's propaganda. I'm not going to back away from that. It is propaganda. And if a journalist, with beautiful writing skills, got snowed over, right? Like they didn't know what they were signing up for. They should have dug into that first. It's propaganda, and that's what that piece is. I think that what we need is for all of the, we'll find the contact information for the ombudsperson at the Washington Post.
There isn't one.
Oh, perfect. So let's get them on Twitter, Facebook. How else can we actually push pressure? Because you bring up the year long, right? Yeah. I mean, if this is just a year long of propaganda campaign, that we cannot allow that to happen.
So listeners can go to talkpoverty.org and actually find my response to the piece. And if you want to help be part of the solution and pushing facts out there, tag the Washington Post in your tweet, share my piece and say, these are the facts. Really hope you guys will be addressing these either in corrections or in follow-up stories as part of this series. Talkpoverty.org.
Rebecca Vallas from TalkPoverty.org and host of Off Kilter. Thanks for joining us on the Thom Hartmann program.
Thanks for telling truths and facts, Alex. Appreciate it every time.
You're listening to the Thom Hartmann program.
You're listening to Thom Hartmann. Visit TomHartmann.com
And
for
then go to
audio
Phil.
and
Can you
video
do that?
archives.
You're listening to the Thom Hartmann program. I'm Alex Lawson, filling in for Tom, and we will be right back.
Number one, Emailgate is not the same as Watergate, which was actually a whole series of crimes, a major criminal conspiracy inside the White House by Richard Nixon. A continuation, in fact, as Lamar Waldron has talked about on this program, a continuation of criminal conspiracies that Nixon engaged in back in the late 50s when he was vice president. Taking bribes from the Dairy Association, screwing up the U.S. relationship with Cuba, on behalf of, or attempting to, on behalf of the casino and mafia millionaires down in Cuba, and his ties to the mob and everything. I mean, it was amazing, and that's why in 73, 74, 75, after the Church Commission and after Nixon's resignation in 75, and after all this stuff, that there were these new laws passed, right, to prevent this kind of thing. Laws that many of which have now been struck down by our U.S. Supreme Court, specifically by conservatives on the Supreme Court, who say that somehow criminal activity, that's a conservative value. Corporations swinging elections, rich people swinging elections, those are conservative values. These same conservatives who claim to be so religious. But you go to like Matthew 25, where Jesus is sitting there saying, and the disciples, they say to him, well, how do we get to heaven? And he says, in the last days, I'll be sitting there sorting the goats from the sheep. Right now, I mean, you can fill in your religion. There's stories like this in the Quran. There's stories like this in the Old Testament. There's stories like this in the Upanishads. There's the Gita, the Bhagavad Gita, you name it. He says, I'll be sitting there sorting the sheep from the goats, right? The sheep are going to heaven, the goats are going to hell. And I will say to the sheep, or I'll say to the goats, when I was thirsty, you didn't give me water. When I was hungry, you didn't feed me. When I was in prison, you didn't visit me. When I was naked, you didn't clothe me. When I was sick, you didn't heal me. Off to hell with you. And I'm going to say to the sheep, when I was thirsty, blah-de-blah, and you're going with me to heaven, to the sheep, who fed him when he was hungry. And the disciples freaked out because they were like, we've never seen you hungry. How do we get to heaven? We're screwed. We've never seen you sick. We've never seen you naked. We've never seen you, unintentionally, or, lacking clothing or shelter. We've never seen you thirsty or hungry. We've never seen, it's like, and you haven't been in prison. We haven't been able to visit you. How do we get to heaven? And Jesus, as you did to the least of these among you, you've done to me. This is like, Christianity 101, but it's also humanity 101. But that's not a conservative value, right? The conservative value, we should give health care to the children of poor people in red states. Expand Medicaid, so that the children of poor working people in the Republican-controlled states can have health care. Oh, no. That's not a conservative value. Let's try to have everybody in the country have health care. Nope, sorry, that's not a conservative value. Let's try to make sure that people have housing. No, that's not a conservative value. Let's do something about food stamps, all these other. Nope, sorry, that's not a conservative. Well, what the hell is a conservative value anymore? Other than money and power. Doing away with regulations so that petro-billionaires can make more money and giant corporations can poison our planet. What the hell happened?
Welcome back to the Thom Hartmann program. I'm Alex Lawson, filling in for Tom. We are going to get to your calls, so please stick with us. We have some really exciting guests coming up in the next hour, though, that I really think everyone needs to and is interested in. Indivisible, I think everyone has heard about that. Organized, distributed resistance to Donald Trump and his regime and his agenda. We will be joined by the policy manager and co-contributor to Indivisible. We're going to be joined by an organizer with If Not Now. Next hour, we have some really great guests. We just had Rebecca Vallas, who is the host of Off Kilter, a radio program focused on surfacing and shining a light on stories that the corporate media is ignoring or actively propagandizing against, like we talked about with the Washington Post propaganda piece that is an attack on Social Security that leads with basically demonizing the disability insurance that we all pay into and we earn, making it seem dirty if you use the insurance that you have paid for. And, that is something I did just learn that the WAPO, Washington Post, no longer has an ombudsperson, which is ridiculous for a newspaper. I want, to invite everybody. Let's figure out ways to get the word into the Washington Post that we're not going to let them spend a year demonizing people with disabilities as an attack on Social Security. Tweet them, Facebook, give their office a call, write letters to the editor, but we cannot allow the Washington Post to get away with this, pushing propaganda and setting the narrative, lining up with what Mick Mulvaney has stated is his goal of destroying Social Security through the disability insurance that is part of one unified program. You're listening to the Thom Hartmann program. I'm Alex Lawson, and we'll be right back after these quick words.
You're listening to Thom Hartmann.
The Thom Hartmann program is brought to you in part by the Aiden Forecast, an investment newsletter with weekly updates of leading market indicators and a monthly deep dive into what the details of the economy and the markets mean for investors and retirees. On the web at aidenmarkets.com. Wines have some of the highest pesticide levels in our food chain. This hour brought to you by ecowine.com. Pesticide-free wines, organic wines, imported from France by the Organic Wine Company, ecowine.com. The Thom Hartmann program is brought to you in part by Super Beets. Super Beets are sourced from non-GMO beets, and they're packed with dietary nitrates, helping to produce nitric oxide for more energy, stamina, and support for healthy blood pressure levels naturally. For more information, call 800-223-8242 or visit freespeechbeets.com. Welcome back to the Thom Hartmann Book Club. Today we're reading from Point to Point Navigation, a memoir by Gore Vidal. This is from the last two chapters, and we're reading from page 258. In 1961, a new president of the United States, John F. Kennedy, was inaugurated at the age of 43. With him, a new generation had taken the crown from the older generation as represented by General Eisenhower. There was triumphant talk of a new frontier, presumably to be crossed by all of us into a bright new land where the only shadow that marred the prospect was that of the hideous, murderous specter of international communism centered upon the Soviet Union, against whom JFK had sworn to bear any burden to ensure the ultimate victory of freedom, liberty, and so on. But early on, starting in 1959, under the general direction of then Vice President Richard Nixon, who had many interesting Cuban mob connections, yes, Bibi Rebozo, his mysterious friend, was also linked not only to mobsters, but to the Cuban dictator Batista, who had been overthrown by Fidel Castro, to the annoyance of the mob, an annoyance that turned to fury when Castro shut down, if only briefly, the mafia-run Havana casinos. Elements of the CIA were soon attempting to murder Castro, who, like all Nixon enemies, was, if not yet a communist, worst a communist dupe. The presidential election of 1960 was a close one, fought by Nixon and John Kennedy, an attractive Massachusetts senator whose father had, ironically, dealings with many mobsters during the pre-World War II period, as well as at the time of the prohibition of alcohol. The late film producer Ray Stark told me how, during the short presidency of JFK, Joe Kennedy and Frank Costello, the retired New York mob overlord, would often have dinner at Kennedy's Central Park South apartment and rehash old crimes, often in the country of a retired teamster who gave great massages. Joe's mob connections were useful to Jack in the 1960 election and could easily have saved JFK's life in 1963 had Bobby Kennedy, in the interest of building himself up in the public eyes, not started arresting important mobsters, particularly in the so-called Appalachian Mob Conference, bust, where they had all come together to confer about the secession of the leadership of the New York mob. I've long since forgotten how I first heard of the plot to kill JFK, while I had no idea at all of the Kennedy brothers' plot to kill Castro on December 1st, 1963, until I read a recent book by Lamar Waldron and Thom Hartmann called Ultimate Sacrifice. It was assumed that the Cuban Missile Crisis of '62 had sufficiently alarmed JFK and Castro's mentor Khrushchev so that they jointly backed down, putting an end, so everyone thought, to such dangerous adventures. JFK had pledged not to invade Cuba if Castro would allow inspections of any remaining missiles on the island. Since Castro did not cooperate, JFK then regarded his pledge as inoperative. In the spring of 1963, according to Ultimate Sacrifice, more a literal than an ironic title, John and Robert Kennedy started laying the groundwork for a coup against Fidel Castro that would eventually be set for what they called C-Day, December 1st, 1963. Bobby, like Nixon before him, was in charge of what would be the most secretive operation of its sort in our history. Since the CIA had, in the eyes of the Kennedys, botched the 1961 Bay of Pigs invasion, the Department of Defense was to be in charge of this adventure, which would first engage mob hitmen to assassinate Castro and then replace Castro with a provisional government that would implore the United States to come to its aid and restore order. Ours is a society riddled with plots of every kind, from, let's say, one to bribe certain members of Congress to cheat Indians off of their casino money, to the financing, often secretly, of numerous presidential elections, while simultaneously great companies like Enron cheat customers, stockholders, and employees. Yet everyone who draws attention to all of this corruption is quickly denounced as a conspiracy theorist who means to undo the great fiction that anything truly wicked, at least in the murder line, must be the work of a solitary lone nut who is simply evil. Hence the setting up of Lee Harvey Oswald as the lone crazed killer of JFK, despite his own brief but presumably accurate statement after his Dallas arrest, "I'm the patsy." Then, as planned, his being gunned down by Jack Ruby, a fellow CIA asset. Oswald as lone killer for no reason at all, and addled Ruby, a one-time Chicago mobster who claimed to be deeply worried about the stress all this must be causing the widow Kennedy. And he goes on in chapter 55. Ultimate Sacrifice describes how the Kennedy C-Day plan was penetrated by three mafia godfathers: Carlos Marcello, New Orleans; Santo Trafficante, Tampa, Florida; and Johnny Roselli out of Chicago. All three were being vigorously pursued by Attorney General Robert Kennedy, along with a dozen of their associates, of whom 6 were also working on the Castro murder case. The crime bosses then used parts of the C-Plan, a.k.a. AM World, to arrange JFK's assassination in a way that would prevent a thorough government investigation in order to protect the coup plan, its participants, as well as, naturally, national security by invoking the secrecy surrounding the C-Plan. The mob bosses targeted JFK twice before Dallas, once in Chicago on November 2nd, JFK called off his motorcade, and then in Tampa on November 18th. He survived unscathed. Ultimate Sacrifice reveals and details why Robert Kennedy later told several close associates the name of the Godfather, Carlos Marcello, who had ordered his brother killed. But he couldn't do anything about it for fear the Soviets might go to war. Ironic and tragic action. I recalled when over the years I'd asked why what happened at Dallas happened, I'd answer, because Bobby had broken a truce made with the mob by Joe Kennedy in 1960. The book, Point-to-Point Navigation by Gore Vidal. Based in Vermont.
This is the Thom Hartmann Program.
Welcome back to the Thom Hartmann Program. I'm Alex Lawson, filling in for Tom, and I am joined in studio by the policy manager for Indivisible, Gonzalo Martinez. Thanks for joining us on the Thom Hartmann Program.
Thanks for having me.
So I actually was talking about Indivisible yesterday on the show, and it comes up a lot. Actually, I think a caller brought it up first and was actually inviting people to the local Indivisible gathering or organizing meeting. Mm-hmm. So I want to just kind of start with what is Indivisible. You know, I called it distributed organized resistance. But tell me a little bit about it and where you are now.
Indivisible started as a Google document. One of the many things that came out right after the election, where folks were thinking about what it meant to have a Trump administration, what it meant to have Republican takeover of both chambers of Congress. And a lot of my friends and colleagues here in D.C., they had been congressional staffers back in 2009 when the Obama administration had come to the White House with a real mandate, with a supermajority in Congress. And they remembered that a vocal minority in the opposition that called themselves the Tea Party was really able to stop that entire agenda in its tracks through local defensive congressional advocacy. And that's very much something that we can turn the tables on now on the Trump administration and to try to stop what's coming out of that White House.
So one thing that I had a slight disagreement with the original guide, which I think you can still get, indivisibleguide.org.
.com, yeah.
.com, indivisibleguide.com, and I think it's on screen here. But I was there right at the beginning fighting on healthcare, and I can tell you 100% that a lot of the Tea Party was, in fact, AstroTurf. That it was paid for by Americans for Prosperity. It tapped into some real stuff, right? But there's always real stuff out there. The Republicans who just lost, and they started losing in 6, and it kept going. But when you went to the events on the mall, there were, which I did, so I'm going to not say when you did. I went to the events on the mall. I have video of it. We actually went as billionaires for wealth care. So we were dressed as billionaires, and we would sing these songs, and basically it was satire. And since much of the right wing are somewhat irony deficient, they oftentimes could not figure out if we were with them or against them. I can tell you there are huge buses that had in the little square, that said who they were, Americans for Prosperity, who paid for the buses to bring everybody to Washington, D.C. The only thing, so that's my quibble. But what they did also, I completely recognize. So it's not that Indivisible is copying the Tea Party at all. It's actually that the Tea Party is copying the organized resistance of previous generations, right? The Saul Alinsky tactics of people power organized resistance. And they actually did a really good job of putting a grassroots sheen on a money power effort. Mm-hmm. So the big difference is that I've seen Indivisible all over the country, and there's not a single bus that has one of those things that says sponsored by this billionaire bringing people to the town hall.
Yeah, I think folks would like to believe in the White House that they are somehow paid protesters. We heard Sean Spicer throw that out there. And that would be news to the thousands of people that are waking up early in the morning, finding out where the next town hall is going to be, lining up to ask their question. You know, these are folks that are taking time off of work to do that. And that's a very scary prospect for folks that want to ram through unpopular legislation, because folks are watching now.
Yeah. And, you know, that's what I've been saying. Like, they like to say paid protesters are out of state. And I'm like, they should be way more scared than they are of that, because the truth is there is not a single paid protester. These are folks showing up, raising their voices. My favorite one, and this is, I'd love to get into this, like, how does the information disseminate? And because, you know, movements are really fascinating and they have their own sort of life to them. Mm-hmm. But the holding up the licenses at the town halls, I don't know if you saw, that was right? Like, so, oh, these are out-of-state people, busting out-of-state people. And then the next thing you saw on the news, you had whole town halls of people holding up their licenses being like, no, I live right here. That was a brilliant sort of reaction. And that's that kind of nimbleness that you don't see in anything that is actually hierarchical and top down, right? If there were a bag of money at the top that was trying to like coordinate all this stuff, you couldn't see that nimbleness. And that is what happens when you have a true distributed bottom up sort of organizing model.
Yeah, at the end of the day, constituents around the country want to have an eye-to-eye conversation with their members of Congress. And there might be a lot of antics, you know, and debate happening about what that means nationally. But at the end of the day, savvy politicians going home, going to the town hall and seeing that their own neighbors, the people who voted them into office, are showing up at standing room only in these huge auditoriums, they're going to realize that at the end of the day, these are the people who are putting them into office and ultimately going to decide, in some cases sooner than others, if they stay in office. And, you know, that's something that they're not going to be able to ignore.
So I want to take some callers about how they can get involved in Indivisible. But the power of these town halls, we saw with the failure of Trump Care. People want to say it's all the Freedom Caucus, but really it was making it unwhippable by having opposition on both ends of the caucus, so you couldn't whip one way or the other. You're listening to the Thom Hartmann program. We're going to be right back after this.
This is the Thom Hartmann program.
We're taking your calls about Indivisible and organized resistance right after this on the Thom Hartmann program.
Colorado. Hey, Jim, what's on your mind today? Thanks for watching Free Speech TV. Excuse me.
Thank you for taking my call, Tom. You're a wonderful host and a credit to our country.
Thank you. I'm doing my best. What's up?
The Electoral College results, when it was announced, you know, in the Senate with Biden presiding, what happened? There was supposed to, you know, it's common knowledge that the House and the Senate, somebody from each side had to sign the objection. What happened? There was no Democratic senator that would sign the objection?
That's right. As far as I know. And the reason why was because there were the argument that was made on which that objection was based was that there were 50 electors who were disqualified for a variety of reasons. The main one being that they didn't live in the congressional district that they were representing to the Electoral College. And let's just say that a senator, let's say Bernie, you know, got in there and signed that thing and said, yes, I object. And let's say that the Republican-controlled House and Senate said, okay, we'll have a debate on this. And they had a debate. And let's say that the Republicans decided, yeah, our 50 electors are screwed up. They're no good. You know what would happen? They would simply find 50 electors who were qualified. It would take them 25 minutes, and the vote would go ahead the same, and the Democrats would end up with a lot of egg on their face, and they would have pissed away a whole lot of political capital that could be used for other things. That's why that went down that way. I mean, there's no possible. At every step of the way, we've had these. Oh my God, here's our last chance to stop Trump, right? If we can just talk the Electoral College voters out of voting, well, that throws it to the House. They elect Trump anyway.
If we can just disqualify 50 electors because basically they were all technicalities. They were legitimate technicalities, and I think they were legitimately not qualified. But like I said, there's no shortage of electors from every county that they easily could have just slid in. I mean, the party's got thousands and thousands of members. Every step along the way, we've been just like hanging on to this desperate reed, and it's time to realize, for all of us to realize, that this guy is going to be in the White House, and it's and we need to start working on that and planning on that and planning strategies to fight basically insane policies that he's promoting. And frankly, oddly enough, trade is not one of them, although we'll see what the Republicans have to say about this. I mean, I'm half thinking that the Republicans might be the ones who are impeaching Trump rather than the Democrats, and that they'll do it because if he tries to keep his campaign promise not to touch Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid, and if he tries to keep his campaign promise to basically go back to a tariff-based trade system and blow up these trade deals, which I doubt. I doubt he's going to do either one of those things. But if he decides to keep those campaign promises, my prediction is that his own party will impeach him, and that they'll impeach him over conflicts of interest with his own companies and things like that. And then what do we get? We get President Pence and Vice President Ryan. And then 4 years from now, Paul Ryan runs for president, and you get President Ryan, or at least he's running. I mean, that doesn't seem like a great outcome to me either. So I think that the thing to do is to pick the battles on specific issues where the American people are with us and just highlight the hell out of it, rather than just trying to desperately hold back something that's inevitable. Let's point out those areas where we actually, all agree. Democrats have been against free trade forever. Anyhow, Jim, thanks a lot for the call.
This year's election results have generated fear, sadness, and despair.
In the days and months ahead,
our democracy may face a crisis of historic proportions.
But there is good news.
There is good news.
There is good news. Thousands of people are stepping forward in solidarity, resistance,
and resolve.
We join them.
We join them.
We join them.
In standing with the most vulnerable communities among us.
Those most likely to be targeted by new restrictions and policies.
We will tell their stories here.
Here.
Here on Free Speech TV.
We will lift their voices here.
Here on Free Speech TV.
In the difficult times ahead, know that we will be with you 24 hours a day.
Every day.
You are not alone.
You are not alone.
You are not alone.
There are millions of us.
Raising our voices and hearts together as one.
We've got your back.
We got your back.
Free Speech TV's got your back.
The revolution is in progress.
Welcome back to the Thom Hartmann program. Still in studio with me is the policy manager for Indivisible. You can check them out at indivisibleguide.com. Gonzalo, thank you for staying with us. You want to take some calls from the callers?
Let's do it.
Let's do this. We're going to go right to... all right. My computer was being a little sticky there. We're going to go right to Van in Ohio. Van, you're on the air.
Oh, God, I knew it. God, I'm really nervous.
Don't be nervous. You're here with your friends.
Yes, you are. I've been. I put my TV on pause, so I know about Individual. But what I really wanted to say, which is just something really quick. The Republicans always talk about, they're doing, whatever they're doing for the people. And the thing about it is that they really are. But the people they're talking about are the corporations, because Citizens United declared corporations people. So when they say what they're saying, they're really saying the truth as far as they're concerned. So they're not really talking about human people. They're talking about corporations. So that's all I really want to get out there to people, that when they hear Republicans say that, that is what they're talking about. They're not lying about saying they're for the people, but it's the corporation people.
Van, thank you so much for your call. I agree. I agree that they lie all the time. In this case, they actually just mean, they're for the people, i.e. their paymasters, i.e. the corporate executives, the billionaires on Wall Street, and in the corporate boardrooms. Those are the people that the Republicans represent.
Yeah, and the latest step that they're really taking in that direction is happening, unfortunately, today and tomorrow with the confirmation of Neil Gorsuch to the Supreme Court. Now, there's somebody that in his entire career has consistently sided with corporations over the interests of average Americans, to the degree of saying that a corporation should go ahead and fire a trucker who was essentially freezing on the side of a road for keeping himself safe.
Keeping himself alive.
Yeah. So, it goes to show the extremes to which some folks have gone to get the endorsement of groups like the Heritage Foundation. And now that, these moneyed interests are putting them into the highest courts in the country, they're expecting a payday, and they're expecting folks like Neil Gorsuch to rule in their favor for many generations.
So let's really push on that, because I spent a lot of time with this. The callers were calling in outraged at this. I have 4, and there's many more, but at least 4 reasons why filibustering him is the bare minimum. The bare minimum. 1, it's a stolen seat, which is the McConnell-led Senate Majority Caucus, the Republicans, abrogated their constitutional duties to advise and consent or not consent. It is not allowable to just not do anything. And that's what they did. And it was unprecedented, and they did it because they knew they did it for their corporate paymasters. That's 1. 2, the man's an ideological extremist. He is to the right of Scalia. He is not at all in step with mainstream America in that he has sided with corporations 100% of the time. 3, he lied, or at the very least, but really he lied, or obfuscated during his confirmation hearing. Time and time again, he was asked his position. We know his position from his previous rulings, but he would not state them. But I think to what you just brought up, and to me, I think it is the most important. 4 is the $17 million that were spent just to put him into this seat. 10 to keep Merrick Garland out, and 7 to put him in. And we're not allowed to know who spent that $17 million. And we're not allowed to know when they will have business in front of the Supreme Court that Gorsuch is going to rule on. That is complete corruption.
Here's what we do know about that influx of money is that they didn't do it because Neil Gorsuch is a nice guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Or he's got good credentials, or all of this, these little talking points that Republicans want to keep in the news. The fact of the matter is, this is somebody who's going to deliver for some very extreme perspectives that are far to the right of even Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just baffling, for our indivisible groups around the country that are looking at their senators willing to blow up the Senate rules that have been in place for over 200 years, just to give Donald Trump a win on Gorsuch.
Yeah.
It's going to be a tough conversation in April when they come home.
But what I say, good, and it sounds like your indivisible folks are on top of this. I think the key here that the corporate media have already started their lies to make it so the Republicans, if they do away with the filibuster, it's the Republicans who will do away with the filibuster. The Republicans will do away with the filibuster to put Gorsuch on the court. But it'll be at McConnell. McConnell has that choice.
Yeah.
The fever could break, and what he would do is he would pull the nomination, and he would nominate, and he would go work with the Democrats, and Donald Trump could nominate somebody who they could get through the Senate, right? I mean, it's not the rules that need to change, it's the nominee that needs to change.
If this were politics as usual, they would go back to the drawing board. But, with this administration, so many questions surrounding the ties that they have to Russia and some of the potential conflicts of interest that put them into power in the first place, they think, yikes, if we wait another month, this might not be a White House that's appointing judges to any court. So they want to ram them through.
I think that's exactly right. I want to take another call specific to Indivisible, but very quickly, Liz in Ohio, we only have about 2 minutes here.
Okay, I'd just like to say how much the indivisible model is resonating with my group. We are in Southeast Ohio in the 6th District, which has the distinction of being the district in the nation that swung the farthest towards Trump, over 30%. So we are in the toughest district in the nation, if you want to look at it that way. However, this model is exciting people. My husband and I had our first meeting in our living room with 20 people. We had our meeting last night. We've got close to 75 people involved with our group in just 2 short months. So it's a great model. We're so thankful for it. We have from coal miners to university professors to nurses to doctors. We've visited our Congress people. We've started a report card system where we grade them and take report cards. They dread seeing us come in with all these F's on their report cards. But I just wanted to say thank you so much for giving us something to hang our hat on. And it's working in Southeast Ohio District 6. And if it's working in the worst district in the United States for swinging towards Trump, it will work anywhere.
Liz, thank you so much for everything that you do. And that's what gives me a lot of hope is folks like Liz, right? 25 people in their living room, and now it's 2 months later, 75 people. And I really do think that Indivisible has given people a guide to get there. So just in the final few seconds here, 30 seconds, tell other people around the country how they can get involved.
So if like Liz, you're in a tough part of the country or not, and and you're looking to keep your members of Congress strong, you can go on indivisibleguide.com and click on the map, look up your zip code, and you'll probably find that in any congressional district in the country, there are at least 2 groups that are active and standing up to the Trump administration through Congress right now.
So get involved. As Thom says, democracy is not a spectator sport. Go to indivisibleguide.com. Find your local Indivisible group. If there isn't one, start one. But the most radical act that you can take is to get organized, to stand shoulder to shoulder with your neighbors and raise your voices together. And when we do that, we cannot be ignored. You're listening to the Thom Hartmann Program. I'm Alex Lawson, and we'll be right back after this quick break.
You're listening to the Thom Hartmann Program. Call 202-808-9925.
We got more great show coming up right after this quick break.
Thom Hartmann University Book Club. Today we're reading from Rebooting the American Dream, 11 Ways to Rebuild Our Country, Chapter 4, An Informed and Educated Electorate. It opens with a quote from Thomas Jefferson. If a nation expects to be ignorant and free in a state of civilization, it expects what never was and never will be. Whenever the people are well informed, they can be trusted with their own government. That, whenever things get so far wrong as to attract their notice, they may be relied upon to set them right. Talk Media News Service, based here in Washington, D.C., is owned and run by my dear friend Ellen Ratner. Ellen is an experienced and accomplished journalist, and a large number of interns and young journalism school graduates get their feet wet in reporting by working with and for her. In March of 2010, I was in Washington for a meeting with a group of senators, and I needed a studio from which to do my radio and TV show. Ellen was gracious enough to offer me hers. I arrived as 3 of her interns were producing a panel discussion type of TV show for web distribution at talkmedianews.com, in which they were discussing their viewing audience, their recent experiences on Capitol Hill. One intern panelist related that a White House correspondent for one of the big 3 networks had told her that the network registered a huge amount of interest in a hot story that week of a congressman's sexual indiscretions. Far less popular were stories about the debates on health care, the conflicts in the Middle East, and even the Americans who had recently died in Iraq or Afghanistan. Quote, so that's the story they have to run with on the news, end quote, the intern said, relating the substance of the network correspondent's thoughts, because that's what the American people want to see. If the network doesn't give people what they want to see, viewers will tune away. The network won't get any ratings or revenues or viewers. The other 2 interns commiserated with the first about what a shame it was that Americans wanted the titillating stories instead of the substantive ones, but they accepted without question that the network was therefore obligated
to give people what they want. When they finished their panel discussion, I asked these college students if they knew that there was a time in America when radio and television stations and networks broadcast the actual news instead of infotainment because the law required them to. None of them had any idea what I was talking about. They were mystified. Why would a station or network broadcast programs that were not popular or not what people wanted? But the reality is that from the 1920s, when radio really started to go big in the United States, until Reagan rolled it back in 1987, federal communications law required a certain amount of public service programming from radio and television stations as a condition of retaining their broadcast licenses. The agreement was basic and simple. In exchange for the media owners being granted an exclusive license from the Federal Communications Commission to use the airwaves owned by the public, they had to serve the public interest first. And only then could they go about the business of making money with the rest of their programming throughout the day. If they didn't do so, if they didn't serve the public interest, when it came time to renew their license, public groups and individuals could show up at a public hearing on the license renewal and argue for the license being denied. One small way the stations lived up to their public service mandate was by airing public service announcements, PSAs, for local nonprofit groups and community events and charitable causes. But they also had to abide by something called the Fairness Doctrine, which required them to air diverse points of view on controversial issues. Separately, during election campaigns, broadcasters had to abide by the equal time rule, which required them to provide equal airtime to rival candidates during an election. But the biggest way they proved that they were providing a public service and meeting the requirements of the Fairness Doctrine was by broadcasting the news, real news, actual news, local, national, and international news produced by professional old-school journalists. Because the news didn't draw huge ratings like entertainment shows, although tens of millions of Americans did watch it every night on TV and listen to it at the top of the hour on radio from coast to coast. And because real news is expensive to produce, with bureaus and correspondents all over the world, news was a money loser for the big three TV networks and for most local and radio and TV stations. But it was such a sacred thing. That is, after all, the keystone that held together the station's license to broadcast and thus to do business. It didn't matter if the news lost money. It made all the other money-making things possible. Through much of the early 1970s, I worked in the newsroom of a radio station in Lansing, Michigan. It had been started and was then run by three local guys, an engineer, a salesman, and a radio broadcaster. They split up the responsibilities like you would expect, and all were around the building most days and would hang out from time to time with the on-air crew, all except the sales guy. I was forbidden from talking with him because I worked in news. There could be no hint, ever, anywhere, that our radio station had violated the FCC's programming in the public interest mandate by, for example, by going easy on an advertiser in a news story or promoting another advertiser in a different story. News had to be news, separate from profit and revenue, and if it wasn't, I'd be fired on the spot. News, in other words, was not part of the free market. It was part of our nation's intellectual commons, and thus the price of the station's license. After Reagan blew up the Fairness Doctrine in 1987, two very interesting things happened. The first was the rise of right-wing hate speech talk radio, starting with Rush Limbaugh that very year. The second, which really stepped up fast after President Clinton signed the Telecommunications Act of 1996, which further deregulated the broadcast industry, was that the money-losing news divisions of the big three TV networks were taken out of the wings of their entertainment divisions and wrung dry. Foreign bureaus were closed, reporters were fired, stories that promoted the wonders of advertisers or other countries like big movie production houses owned by the same mega corporations that own the networks began to appear, and investigative journalism that cast a bright light on corporate malfeasance vanished. So the chapter is an informed and educated electorate. It's about our media in rebooting the American dream.
Hey, want to hear that clip again? Subscribe to the Thom Hartmann program on YouTube to see all your favorite show highlights.
Welcome back to the Thom Hartmann program. I'm Alex Lawson, filling in for Tom, and I want to get right to the phone. John in Delaware, you're on the line.
Oh, hi. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I got a question. I'm sort of disappointed in the Democrats. I see them on MSNBC, CNN, and so forth. And you mentioned that $17 million was spent to get this current Supreme Court judge candidate in. And I haven't heard one of the Democrats mention anything like that. Their messaging just seemed to be so poor. And, and the Republicans are giving them all kinds of ammunition. What's going on? Do you have any idea?
John, it's a great question. There is, and there's always, we should hold our Democrat allies and friends and frenemies and everybody accountable all the time. We really should. But I do think that we should judge the Democrats right now in the Senate. Let's focus on your question, by what they're doing more than their messaging, because, sometimes they are absolutely terrible at messaging. But the corporate media has a lot there, too. So they won't carry stories that don't fit into their pre-arranged boxes. So I don't want to give people a pass, but I also do want to say that the gatekeepers of getting the message out are super corrupt. They are actually part of the problem. And so on this one, what I want to keep an eye on is that Senator Schumer, leader of the Democratic caucus in the Senate, was able to get the Democratic votes to filibuster Gorsuch. And I think that should be what we focus on. We should focus on the Democrats who are standing up. Senator Merkley from Oregon spent 15 hours, I believe. I might not have the exact number right, but it's right around 15 hours actually filibustering Gorsuch, actually holding the floor and not allowing debate to proceed without him entering into the record all of the things, John, that you're bringing up that you want to hear, all of the reasons why this man should not be confirmed and have a lifetime appointment to the Supreme Court. So, John, I want to agree with you that oftentimes the messaging is really horrible. It really is. But I have been heartened by the fact that Democrats... So here, let me put it this way. The strongest messaging is coming from the people, from the grassroots, from listeners like Liz, who called in last hour and said she had organized 25 people in her living room 2 months ago. Now she's got 75 people, and they're organizing in one of the toughest districts in the country, and they're not going to give up, and they're bringing the fire, and they're bringing the heat, and they're getting in people's faces and representatives' faces who are trying to ram through this corporate agenda, and they're resisting, and they're opposing. And I am heartened that a lot of the elected Democrats seem to kind of be getting out of the way. They're actually allowing the grassroots to carry the flag and the message and lead the way, and they're following. And that's what I think they should do, and they better continue to do that. And filibustering Gorsuch is a good indication that they are hearing and they do see that they need to follow the lead of the people in the grassroots, the people who are leading the way with their voices raised collectively. I want to go to Randy in Iowa. Randy, you're on the line.
Hi, Alex. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
So I was listening earlier about the Washington Post article, and isn't that a property of Berkshire Hathaway, Warren Buffett?
It's actually
in his portfolio.
It's Jeff Bezos who owns it now.
Jeff Bezos owns it.
Yep, Jeff Bezos, who is now, I think, the second or third richest man in the world. Jeff Bezos, who runs Amazon, he purchased the Washington Post, and but he kept Fred Hyatt. If we want to name names of where I think a lot of the terribleness emanates from, it's Fred Hyatt, who, if you're listening or it gets back to you, hi, Fred. He's written a editorial specifically against me and the organization that I run, Social Security Works, for having the audacity for saying that people should get the benefits that they've earned and that Wall Street shouldn't be able to steal our money. But Randy, so Jeff Bezos owns it. Fred Hyatt sets the editorial standard there.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thanks, Randy. Thanks. And, it is an important thing to always remember with the corporate media what their job is. We wish that their job was to tell the truth or to carry the news. But yesterday, my business partner at We Act Radio, the radio station that Kimon Freeman and I own, weactradio.com, Kimon was bringing up how there's a court case that says there is no legal requirement to tell the truth. News organizations like Fox, so-called news, have no legal requirement to tell the truth. They have a moral requirement in the that's at least the paraphrasing from the judges or the courts, but no legal requirement. And so I always try to remember it this way: the job of the corporate media is to sell widgets. The job of the corporate media is to sell widgets, to keep you listening through the commercials, to sell those widgets. And when those widgets belong to the corporate owners, to really double down on selling them. And if those widgets that belong to the corporate owners, say, have a tendency to explode and leak oil into the ecosystems and destroy them, to definitely not cover that. So a lot of the propaganda power that the corporate media has is in not covering stories, in not telling the stories of people united, raising their voices in the power that we have. I want to go to Robbie in Texas. Robbie, how are you?
Oh, just fine. Thanks for doing a great job on the air and helping us all organize and have our voices heard. I have a question about the $10 million to fight Garland and the $7 million to get Neil Gorsuch, I guess, appreciated by Americans. I've seen a number of ads. Is that what you're talking about, or how do we get that information when we're talking to people? I talk to a lot of people on a daily basis, and getting the information to counter Fox News and how they're so raptured in Texas. I'm in Texas. With Fox News, it's everywhere. So how do we get the data that we need, say, for this particular instance? Where would I find that? I haven't been able to find it.
So if you Google White House or Sheldon White House Gorsuch, if you Google that, you'll actually get the exchange between Senator Whitehouse and Neil Gorsuch at his hearing. And I'll read a little bit of it so that you have it. But that's how you can get it. You can then, it's on the congressional record because it was Senator Whitehouse who said it. He said, what's interesting is that this group sees a huge difference between you that I don't understand. The dark money group that is spending money on your election spent at least $7 million against him being Merrick Garland, getting a hearing and a confirmation here, and indeed produced that result by spending that money. And then now we have $10 million going the other way. That's a $17 million delta. And for the life of me, I'm trying to figure out what they see in you that makes that $17 million delta worth their spending. Do you have an answer to that? And Gorsuch responds, you'd have to ask them, which White House says, I can't because I don't know who they are. It's just a front group. So that is how dishonest the man who is looking at getting a lifetime appointment to the Supreme Court is. He is asked on the record at his hearing, why is this shadowy group of unnamed money men spending $17 million to get you into place? So I might have had it reversed before. So thank you for, actually, I can't remember if I had it reversed. $7 million to keep Garland out, $10 million to get Gorsuch in. But it is one concerted effort of $17 million. And, there are strings on $17 million. So Senator Whitehouse asks, who are these people? Why do they want you in the seat? And Gorsuch, think of how sneeringly un-American that answer is, knowing that it's a dark money group and you can't find them. And he sneeringly at Senator Whitehouse says, I don't know, you have to ask them. Think about how just incredibly arrogant and dishonest, but mainly arrogant, that answer is. This from a man who plagiarized an enormous amount of the writings that he has because he knows that his glide path to power is not paved on his understanding and rulings on the law or anything like that. It is by carrying water for his paymasters, who will pave the way in dollar bills and gold bricks right to the Supreme Court so that he can rule for them and never for the people, but always for his corporate paymasters. The short answer to your question, Robbie, and thank you for calling, is if you Google Sheldon White House Gorsuch, you'll find the exchange of them in that in his confirmation hearing. And, you know, get that out there. Let people know what we're dealing with. You're listening to the Thom Hartmann program. I'm Alex Lawson, filling in for Tom, and we'll be right back.
You're listening to Thom Hartmann. Visit ThomHartmann.com for audio and video archives.
Taking more of your calls on the Thom Hartmann Show program right after this. Welcome back to the Thom Hartmann program. I want to go right to Gloria. Gloria, thank you for staying with us in North Carolina. You're on the air.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the what you were talking about at the beginning of the show about the Social Security disability. I wanted to comment on that and about how, unless you've gone through it, how hard it is to get benefits from that program. And I my story, I can tell you my story very quickly. I went into heart failure when I was pregnant with twin sons. And after they were born, I had went into congestive heart failure, and it only got worse. They determined I really needed a heart transplant, but I couldn't get a transplant because of other ailments. So I tried not to apply for the disability, but I ended up having to apply for it. But I was one of the lucky ones. The day that the adjudicator called me, he called me on my cell phone, and I was in the clinic, transplant clinic, with the doctor at the time. And the doctor took the phone and talked with him. I was approved right then and there. My sister was dying from lung cancer, and a year went by before she finally got a check. And when she finally got a check, it was the week after she passed away. And that's how hard how the difference in how hard it is to get on the program. And people need to understand this is a means-tested program to some extent, but I worked my entire life. I was, like I said, I went into heart failure. They only gave me 5 years. I'm working on 12 years now by the grace of God, and hopefully a few more.
Gloria, thank you so much for calling in and sharing your story. It's really powerful, and that's not how the program is supposed to work. Your sister obviously qualified to get the insurance that she paid for, and the system is not supposed to rely on the luck of when the adjudication is happening that you happen to be in the clinic with the doctor, right? I mean, that is just, I'm very happy that you got to access the insurance that you paid for. You know, this is something. So one quick clarification, it's not actually a means-tested program. It is not, meaning it has no bearing on your assets or liabilities or wages or anything like that. It is pure wage insurance. It has to do with, can you earn wages or not? And the or not is it based on a life-altering disability? And if the answer is yes, then you should get the insurance payments that you have been paying premiums into your entire working life. That is how the system is supposed to work. But the media, the corporate media, have done such a good job of demonizing the program that it's distorted it, and it is not working at the level that it should. And we need to change that. We need to change that by taking on the corporate media. You're listening to the Thom Hartmann program. I'm Alex Lawson, filling in for Tom, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to the Thom Hartmann program. I am joined live from the UN, I believe, Luke Vargas with Talk Media News, joining us on the Thom Hartmann program.
Hi, good afternoon. Glad to be with you.
Thanks for joining us. So there's a lot happening. Oh,
yeah.
Just start us off. Give us a rundown.
Yeah. So, I mean, here at the United Nations today, we had an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council. This was called for not by the U.S., but actually by France and Great Britain. The U.S. is the president of the Security Council this month, so it is our responsibility to take in those requests and decide whether or not to hold a meeting. There was no way, I think, that the UN Security Council wasn't going to meet today to discuss yesterday's chemical weapons attack in Syria. It's exactly what the U.S. decided to do with that opportunity to hold a meeting and to try and shine a light on this issue that I think is newsworthy here. You know, we had and I think it's a pattern we've been seeing since the start of the Trump administration, which is that Nikki Haley, the ambassador to the United Nations here, has a much longer leash than it seems like anyone else in the American foreign policy world right now. And I would almost say within the Trump administration. I mean, she really is up here. It seems like she's on an island. She gets to call out Russia, even if President Trump won't. She gets to, to challenge countries all over the world. And we saw that again today, where Nikki Haley came out swinging. She basically accused the Assad regime of this attack yesterday, even though there was scant direct evidence that she could cite for it beyond just sort of local reports from the ground. I think what was most interesting about her remarks was that she basically said there comes a time in the life of states when we decide that maybe the time is right for us to do something on our own. A lot of people looked at this and said this is clearly a threat by the United States that we might intervene in Syria if we think that is what we have to do in order to protect civilians there. Fast forward, well, let me just, before we move past the United Nations on Syria, let me just say there is a resolution that is currently being looked at. This was written by the United States, France, and Great Britain overnight. And what it does is call for a new investigation into this attack, an independent investigation. It does not anywhere in the text of this resolution blame the Syrian government. But importantly, and this is probably why it's dead in the water, is that it says that the Syrian government needs to comply with a few things with regards to the investigation. One is that they would need to turn over to this independent investigation team a list of all of the military squadron leaders in the Air Force, basically anybody who was in charge of dispatching aircraft yesterday. They want to list the flight log of where every Syrian military aircraft was yesterday. They want access to military bases so they can inspect, and they want access to Syrian military leaders on 5 days' notice. There is, I can tell you this with 100% clarity, there is no world in which China or Russia will allow that to happen. And if the shoe were on the other foot, the United States would veto that as well. That is sort of a level of invasiveness on state sovereignty that no major country around the world wants to submit to. It's politically expedient for the U.S. and its allies to call for that right now. But, even though this resolution was not brought up for a vote, we don't know that it would be vetoed by Russia. I think it's very clear that unless that kind of language is taken out, that would ultimately be the fate of that resolution.
So one thing I'm unclear on, or maybe I am a little clear on this, is that Nikki Haley had a very different line on Syria just 5 days ago or so, and the U.S. line on the Assad regime and on Syria and on the stated foreign policy by the United States was completely different. In fact, it seemed to indicate that there would be no repercussions. And, you can see that as saying to a man with a history of brutal attacks on his own people in order to control and maintain power. And the United States says, you know, oh, well, we're not going to have any consequences. And then there's a chemical attack. Is that brought up at the UN that there is almost a 1-to-1 here? And now, only afterwards, there's sort of this 180 on this.
I will say that countries like France and the UK, which always buddy up with us against Russia or, you know, on a lot of issues on the UN Security Council, definitely did not bring that up publicly today. I mean, in fact, the French and British ambassadors, I think, gave even more stirring comments today, criticizing the Assad government and the fact that the U.S. Through the Secretary of State last week seemed to say pretty clearly that we're not interested in seeing him go any longer as a precursor to any sort of resolution of the Syrian conflict. I'm sure that's being discussed behind the scenes as a quite inconvenient public statement to have when you're trying to make the case for, holding everyone accountable for their crimes. But that didn't come up today. I think what's really interesting is we just heard from the president in the Rose Garden, in which he not only, and this is something we could have expected, blamed the Obama administration for not crossing President Obama's red line with regard to chemical weapons, and then went on to say, I inherited so many messes from the past administration. But this is a pattern we see with presidents where I think they come into office and almost immediately see that the red lines or equivalents of their predecessors actually constrained them quite a bit. I mean, it's a nice, forceful thing to say, but it often makes decision-making really hard, and you can never, forget what you said. But then Trump actually came out and said, what happened yesterday definitely crossed a line. For me, it was worse than a red line. I mean, so you cannot, as much as you realize that it is inconvenient kind of language to use, Trump himself could not stop himself from drawing his own red line. The big question is this the president? Is this the time? Is this the cabinet that is going to intervene in Syria? Even though Nikki Haley sort of hinted that we might be interested in unilateral military strikes, Trump is saying it crossed more than a red line today. I don't know the exact phrasing, but it's something very close to that. I don't see a lot of other indications that this administration intends to carry that out. So again, this on Syria, as we always see, a huge gap between rhetoric and action, and I don't think that's bound to change soon.
So it's really complicated, and in my opinion, this 180ing on diplomacy and the uncertainty and the vagueness and all of that is really making it difficult for diplomacy to work. Luke Vargas, Talk Media News, thank you so much for joining us on the Thom Hartmann program.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
You're listening to Thom Hartmann.
It's the Thom Hartmann University Book Club. Today we're reading from The Crash of 2016. This is page 34. Prior to this, we've set up how conservatives saw the 60s as a time of great social chaos and the rise of Ralph Nader and Rachel Carlson and the whole consumer and environmental movements as threats to profitability and business, and they had to do something about it. So page 34. Lewis F. Powell Jr. was just sitting down to breakfast in his suite at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York City when he received a call from the White House. The year was 1971, more than 40 years since the last great crash. The 60s had ended, and the Vietnam War had destroyed the Democratic Party, leaving Richard Nixon as President of the United States. And Nixon needed a favor. A thin, ascetic man with wispy hair and fragile features, Lewis Powell had ancestral roots in America's first European settlement, Jamestown, and a lifetime of participation in the law. He deeply loved his Richmond, Virginia home and the law practice he had there, which mostly consisted of defending corporate interests and wealthy Southern white men. He walked comfortably, often in crepe-soled shoes, dressed as a Southern gentleman, and spoke so softly that people sometimes leaned forward to listen. But when he spoke, his words were precise, well-measured, and carefully considered. He was one of the most brilliant jurists of his day, and so it's no surprise that the Nixon White House was considering him for a seat on the Supreme Court, a job he turned down at first. But then when Nixon called him again at the Waldorf Astoria, he reluctantly accepted. As a Supreme Court Justice, Lewis Powell was very much the moderate, and his legacy on the High Court would reflect his balanced and authentic interpretation of the rule of law in America. However, just a few months before he was nominated by Nixon, Powell had written a memo to his good friend Eugene Sindor Jr., the director of the United States Chamber of Commerce at the time. And Powell's most indelible mark on our nation was not to be his 15-year tenure as a Supreme Court Justice, but instead that memo, which served as a declaration of war, a war by the economic royalists against both democracy and what they saw as an overgrown middle class. It would be a final war, a bella omnium contra omnis, against everything the New Deal and the Great Society had accomplished. It wasn't until September 1972, 10 months after the Senate confirmed Powell, that the public first found out about the Powell memo. The actual document had the word confidential stamped on it, a sign that Powell himself hoped it would never see daylight outside of the rarefied circles of his rich friends. By then, however, it had already found its way to the desks of CEOs all across the nation and was, with millions in corporate and billionaire money, already being turned into real actions, policies, and institutions. During its investigation into Powell as part of the nomination process, the FBI never found the memo, but investigative journalist Jack Anderson did, and he exposed it in a September 28, 1972 column titled, "Powell's Lessons to Business Aired." Anderson wrote, shortly before his appointment to the Supreme Court, Justice Lewis F. Powell Jr. urged business leaders in a confidential memo to use the courts as a social, economic, and political instrument. Pointing out that the memo wasn't discovered until after Powell was confirmed by the Senate, Anderson wrote, senators never got a chance to ask Powell whether he might use his position on the Supreme Court to put his ideas into practice and to influence the court on behalf of business interests. This was an explosive charge being leveled at the nation's rookie Supreme Court justice, a man entrusted with interpreting our nation's laws with absolute impartiality. But Jack Anderson was no stranger to taking on American authority and no stranger to the consequences of his journalism. He'd exposed scandals from the Truman, Eisenhower, Nixon, and later the Reagan administrations. He was a true investigative journalist. In his report on the memo, Anderson wrote, Powell recommended a militant political action program ranging from the courts to the campuses. Powell's memo was both a direct response to Roosevelt's battle cry decades earlier and a response to the tumult of the 1960s. He wrote, quote, no thoughtful person can question that the American economic system is under broad attack, end quote. When Sindor and the Chamber received the Powell memo, corporations were growing tired of their second-class status in America. Even though the previous 40 years had been a time of great growth and strength for the American economy and America's middle-class workers, and a time of sure and steady increases in profits for corporations, CEOs felt something was missing. If they could only find a way to wiggle back into the people's minds who were just beginning to forget the Royalists' previous exploits in the 1920s that had crashed our economy, then they could get their tax cuts back. They could trash the burdensome regulations that were keeping the air we breathe, the water we drink, and the food we eat safe. And the banksters among them could inflate another massive economic bubble to make themselves all mind-bogglingly rich. It could, if done right, be a return to the roaring 20s. But how could they do this? How could they convince Americans to take another shot at what was widely considered a dangerous free market ideology and economic framework, and that Americans once knew preceded every great crash and war? But Lewis Powell had an answer, and he reached out to the Chamber of Commerce, the hub of corporate power in America, with a strategy. As Powell wrote, strength lies in organization, in careful long-range planning and implementation, in consistency of action over an indefinite period of years, in the scale of financing available only through joint effort, and in the political power available only through unified action and national organizations. Thus, Powell said, the role of the National Chamber of Commerce is therefore vital. And out of the Powell memo came all these think tanks and judicial programs, college campus programs. He reshaped America, and it led directly to the Buckley versus Vallejo decision. Number one, Emailgate is not the same as Watergate, which was actually a whole series of crimes, a major criminal conspiracy inside the White House by Richard Nixon. A continuation, in fact, as Lamar Waldron has talked about on this program, a continuation of criminal conspiracies that Nixon engaged in back in the late 50s when he was vice president. taking bribes from the Dairy Association, screwing up the U.S. relationship with Cuba on behalf of, or attempting to, on behalf of the casino and mafia millionaires down in Cuba, and his ties to the mob and everything. I mean, it was amazing, and that's why in 73, 74, 75. After the Church Commission and after Nixon's resignation in 75 and after all this stuff, that there were these new laws passed, right, to prevent this kind of thing, laws that many of which have now been struck down by our U.S. Supreme Court, specifically by conservatives on the Supreme Court, who say that somehow criminal activity, that's a conservative value. Corporations swinging elections, rich people swinging elections, those are conservative values. These same conservatives who claim to be so religious. But you go to like Matthew 25, where Jesus is sitting there saying, and the disciples, they say to him, well, how do we get to heaven? And he says, in the last days, I'll be sitting there sorting the goats from the sheep. Right? And I mean, you can fill in your religion. There's stories like this in the Quran. There's stories like this in the Old Testament. There's stories like this in the Upanishads. There's the Gita, the Bhagavad Gita, you name it. He says, I'll be sitting there sorting the sheep from the goats, right? The sheep are going to heaven, the goats are going to hell. And I will say to the sheep, or I'll say to the goats, when I was thirsty, you didn't give me water. When I was hungry, you didn't feed me. When I was in prison, you didn't visit me. When I was naked, you didn't clothe me. When I was sick, you didn't heal me. Off to hell with you. And I'm going to say to the sheep, when I was thirsty, you...
This is the Thom Hartmann Program.
Welcome back to the Thom Hartmann Program. I'm Alex Lawson, filling in for Tom. And I'm going to take more of your calls. We have a guest in studio, but we're going to take your calls in just a bit. So stick with us and give us a call. But right now, I'm really pleased to be joined in studio by Noah Weststrike from If Not Now. Noah, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So just tell us a little bit about If Not Now, who you are and what you do.
Sure. If Not Now is a growing movement of American Jews who seek to end American Jewish support for the occupation and the military regime in the West Bank.
And tell us a little bit about, where did it come from and maybe the forces that, you saw and you all saw to lead to the creation of this movement.
In 2014, the last Gaza war, several young American Jews gathered in New York City to say Mourner's Kaddish, the Jewish prayer for the dead, outside of a major Jewish institution. And from there, it grew from quite small group of dedicated activists to a movement of thousands and thousands in this country today.
So what is lay out the goals? If you were to get what you wanted, what would that look like?
Sure.
What does ending the occupation look like?
Yeah, our main goal in If Not Now is to hold our Jewish leaders in this country accountable for their actions and their support of the upholding of the occupation. In our movement, we have many, many, many different views about what the outcome could look like. But we seek to focus on what unites us rather than what divides us.
That's really, so my business partner, Kamon Freeman, was in studio yesterday, and we were talking about MLK on the anniversary of his assassination and silencing, and the anniversary that was of his speech Beyond Vietnam. It was 1 year to the date when he was assassinated. And the power of a movement that comes from when we see eye to eye and agree on one thing, and then we can use that to build a movement for social change, for justice. But the opposite of that, and what we see far too much of in the progressive space in this country, is if you don't agree on 100% of things, right? So if there's one thing that there's disagreement about, then it just devolves into chaos and, no one can do anything. But the power that comes from a unity of purpose where there is a unity of vision is really, so that's a really great point that you made there. Where is this unity of vision that you are organizing around?
Yeah, I think it comes down to our Jewish calendar. What unites us is that we're all Jews and we all care about the future of our people. As it so happens, this spring, the Jewish calendar really is working in our favor. A few weeks ago, we convened outside of AIPAC, the largest gathering of pro-Israel supporters in the country. this was
AIPAC is the largest gathering of pro-Israel supporters.
American Israel Public Affairs Committee is they drew something like 18,000 people to their conference. We had a huge showing of If Not Now demonstrators at this demonstration. We're now moving into our 50 Days, 50 Years campaign, which is counting down towards the 50th anniversary of occupation and military regime in the West Bank. And as you and your listeners might know as well, the Jewish holiday of Pesach, of Passover, is coming up, which is our holiday of freedom and of liberty. And so we're really using our unity over the Jewish calendar and our Jewish identities to fight for what we believe in. And
so tell us a little bit about the demonstration outside of AIPAC and what you did there. And, if it seems like people are starting to see, because let me set it up a little bit. A lot of the power from an organization like AIPAC or a lobbying organization, right? It's in controlling a narrative. It's in trying to show this unity, right? That there is only one point of view on something. And in this case, it's in support for the Netanyahu government in the state of Israel. And they're saying, this is it. There's no... And then If Not Now is saying, no, that's not a unified point of view. And then there's two sides to the story. And then you can start growing your side of the story. So tell us about that demonstration at AIPAC.
Sure. Well, the irony about the AIPAC conference is that their slogan, their tagline this year was Many Voices, One Vision. I think they could have edited that to be Many Voices, One Vision, except for young American Jews. We gathered something like 1,000 activists from around the country. People flew in, drove in, bussed in to descend outside of the Washington, D.C. Convention Center. There were something like 1,000 people outside that were singing Jewish songs, were chanting things that were very Jewish in nature. Hillel's 3 questions: if I'm not for myself, who will be for me? If I'm only for myself, what am I? And if not now, when? In addition to Jewish songs, Hebrew songs that these people have grown up singing at their summer camps, around their Shabbat dinner tables, and in their synagogues. And people gathered outside to say that AIPAC doesn't represent us, that AIPAC is holding this monolithic view that is actually not in tune with American foreign policy. It's not in tune with our institutions, it's not in tune with our values, and most of all, it's not in tune with the majority of American Jews today.
Noah Westreich with If Not Now. It's ifnotnowmovement.org. We're going to take some callers after this break, but just really, really fascinating, great work. Noah Westreich, ifnotnowmovement.org. We want to hear from you, so give us a call. You're listening to the Thom Hartmann Program. I'm Alex Lawson, filling in for Tom, and we will be right back.
This is the Thom Hartmann Program.
Taking your calls right after this on the Thom Hartmann Program. Welcome back to the Thom Hartmann Program. Getting right on the phones. Kenneth in Indiana, you are on the line with Noah and myself.
Okay, I just got done seeing Trump on TV, which I call him Trump because he's not my president and I have no respect for him.
I call him Donald.
But he keeps on blaming Obama. What the crap is that?
Kenneth, thank you for your call. The question of blaming Obama, it is generally, there's been a long history in the U.S. of the buck stops here, that the president is the place where the buck stops. That office has historically held that position, but we've seen time and time again that this administration is very different. And never in a good way. I've yet to see them be different in a good way. So, he is always trying to pass the buck. I think on the question of support for Netanyahu, we are seeing, I think we do know where the administration is on that. Where do you see the administration on that?
Yeah, well, our movement started well before Donald Trump's administration came to D.C. As you know, we were founded in 2014 when Obama was still in office. Our mission is largely the same. We are working towards ending American Jewish support for the occupation, not taking political stances, not supporting different pieces of legislation like some other organizations are focused on. But where If Not Now comes into the Donald Trump years is seeing Donald Trump's policies and Benjamin Netanyahu's policies as two sides of the same coin. They're both upholding ultra-nationalistic policies and values that are frankly not in line with American values or Israeli values. And as leaders of our community, we want to hold our side accountable for upholding these nationalistic policies.
We got in the last minute here. It does seem like, and I won't try to say I have an incredibly in-depth, knowledge of this, but Netanyahu is facing some serious scandals that are undermining his authority in Israel, it seems. And a natural response that you see with that is actually like a tightening of these nationalistic policies, that it kind of takes people's eyes off of maybe a more mundane scandal. Do you think that has some validity there?
Yeah, well, in our movement, we feature hundreds of different views, a different view for every person. Some people who have lots of experience in Israel, in the West Bank, with Israeli politics, and others not. What unites us is that we're all American Jews in our movement, and we want to uphold our values of morality and freedom and dignity for all people.
Noah Weststrike with If Not Now. That's ifnotnowmovement.org. We are going to continue taking calls after this, so give us a call and talk to Noah Weststrike of If Not Now. That's ifnotnowmovement.org. You're listening to the Thom Hartmann Program. I'm Alex Lawson, filling in for Tom, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to the Thom Hartmann Program. I'm Alex Lawson, filling in for Tom, and I am joined in studio by Noah Weststrike of ifnotnowmovement.org. Noah, tell us a little bit about the demonstration at AIPAC, and I know you then, I think, went inside the conference, so tell us about that.
That's right. So while thousands of people were gathered outside the convention center demonstrating and protesting AIPAC support for the occupation, 4 If Not Now members purchased tickets well in advance of the conference to actually go in the conference and bring our message to the participants of AIPAC. So what this looked like was entering the conference like a normal conference goer. I've been to several conferences there myself, and so I checked out some breakout sessions and interacted with some of the conference goers. And at around 3 p.m., the 4 of us gathered and we dropped banners from the 3rd floor balcony overlooking the main lobby space of the convention center. And on this banner, it said that If Not Now rejects AIPAC and rejects occupation. We dropped these 15-foot banners so that many of the 18,000 participants could see. And as we were holding on to our banners, we spoke Hillel's 3 questions, which I mentioned earlier, which culminate in If Not Now, When, where our movement's name comes from. And once we were grabbed by security forces and taken out, we sang the song Lo Yisagoy, which is a Hebrew song that speaks of a nation not lifting sword against other nations, never to know war evermore. And this is something that's familiar to most Jews. It's a popular song. And as we were chanting the words of Hillel the elder, If Not Now, When, and singing Lo Yisagoy, we were booed and the middle finger was given to us as we were taken out of the building. And to go from the third floor out to the front doors on Mount Vernon Square took about 5 minutes. And so you had this kind of amazing scene of 4 young American Jews that are proud of their people, proud of Israel, but seek to hold our American Jewish institutions accountable for their upholding of this disastrous policy of occupation in the West Bank. And to feel booed and have middle fingers stuck up at us really showed us the divide of where the American Jewish leaders in power and the actual people really lie.
So the point of an action like this, there's a friend of mine, Duncan Meisel, who I've worked with for a long time, who back in the fight for Obamacare, we did Billionaires for Wealth Care. We did a thing called Public Option Annie, where we turned an AHIP, which is the insurance lobby conference, we turned it into a musical. And we had our messaging in, it was fun. Mm-hmm. But direct action, creative actions, banner drops, but the action is actually in the reaction. Mm-hmm. That is the point of the action. It is when you do an action, your cameras are not pointed at the banner drop as much as they are at the reaction to the banner drop, or the reaction to the turning an AHIP conference into a musical. And the point is, you're trying to tell a story. Mm-hmm. This is not a vanity thing. You're not doing it for the fun of being escorted out and booed and jeered. And you know that all of that is actually part of what you're doing. You're making it a little uncomfortable in this space where it is far too comfortable and pushing a repugnant policy agenda. What is you're on Thom Hartmann talking around the country and on Free Speech TV and, all over the country, people are hearing this is why you took that action. Mm-hmm. What else have been some of the responses to it? Do you feel like you're actually getting, breaking through is what they say?
I think we're absolutely breaking through. What's interesting about our day of action at AIPAC was many demonstrators, many members of If Not Now had family, loved ones, friends that were inside the conference, inside the convention center, participating in AIPAC's breakout sessions. And so our goal for this action was really to expose the divide there, to show that people of conscience, Jews of conscience and morality will reject the occupation, and that we stand up against AIPAC, which is a large organization that upholds these disastrous policies. And so even if we reach people inside and get them to see this divide, that would be a successful action. I can tell you that as I was being escorted out, there was one person in particular who held his middle finger up at me, and I was standing in front of him for a while as the officers were taking us. And this man later tracked me down and sent me an email and basically wrote an apology and wrote that while he is a supporter of 2 states, for example, which is one view of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, one possible outcome in favor of 2 states, he wants to teach his son the value of humanity and morality and goodwill and all this stuff. And he told me even though we agree on all these things, he still felt under siege by having a banner dropped. And while I think that's a bit dramatic, I think we exposed this type of division, this rift that exists in our American Jewish community. And so for this man who, for all intents and purposes, is on the right side of history, is not willing to take a stand against AIPAC, which is the largest organization upholding the occupation. And so it's interactions like this, small one, to get people to realize that there is a divide, there is a rift. That's what we're working towards.
Let's go right to the line. So Charles in California, you're on the air with me and Noah Westreich from ifnotnowmovement.org.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Well, it's morning here. I was just trying to get a grip on what he's saying. Is he just trying to say that, that genocide and war is not good and that we shouldn't be supporting that?
Noah, that is a direct question to you.
Yes, I think genocide and war should not be supported in any form. But specifically at If Not Now, we're working to end our Jewish leaders in this country. We're seeking to end their support for disastrous military policies in Israel and in the West Bank.
So let's go with the caller though, because if what are disastrous military policies of occupation in the West Bank? Like, what does that look like? What is it that you're saying? You're seeing that Israel, the state of Israel, is occupying the West Bank, and you do not support the continuation of that policy.
Sure. Palestinians who live in the West Bank are subject to Israeli military presence every single day, every single hour of their lives. This manifests itself in access to water, access to power, access to really just a well-rounded life.
Everything, to jobs.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, the unemployment rate is astronomical.
Not to mention free flow of travel, things that we take for granted and see as human rights. These things are denied to Palestinians.
So things that are human rights, agreed upon, right? That oftentimes both Israel and America are signatories on things that say you're not allowed to do what Israel is doing in the West Bank.
That's right. And at If Not Now, we hold lots of different opinions about what's the right course of action, what's the wrong course of action for ending Israeli military presence in the West Bank. But what really unites us is that we are American Jews, and we believe that the occupation is actually destroying our souls and our very existence on this earth. How can we live with ourselves and celebrate our freedom when the freedom of others is so grossly denied?
Yeah, the idea that I see, not me, but that you cannot be truly free if your freedom is predicated on a boot on somebody else's neck. That it's not just the police state occupation that folks living in the West Bank are under, but it actually impacts the life of Israelis not in the West Bank. That you can't have this occupation and it is okay and it makes things okay in Israel, that it is actually effects on both sides.
That's absolutely right. And we feel those effects here as well, as evidenced in the AIPAC action and in our communities around the country. This is an issue that is extremely divisive. It tears apart families and friends. And really the only way to address it is by working together to end American Jewish support for this policy that we all see as terrible.
Noah Weststrike with If Not Now movement.org. You can find out more information at ifnotnowmovement.org. Noah, thank you so much for joining us here on the Thom Hartmann program. I'm very interested in hearing about your work, and I hope that other folks can go online and learn about it, ifnotnowmovement.org. You're listening to the Thom Hartmann program. I'm Alex Lawson, filling in for Tom, and we will be right back after this.
You're listening to the Thom Hartmann program. Call 202-808-9925.
Taking your calls on the Thom Hartmann program right after this.
And welcome to Thom Hartmann University Book Club. Today we're reading from The Last Hours of Ancient Sunlight, The Fate of the World and What We Can Do About It. And this is from page 165, The Lives of Ancient People. From the San and the Kogi Value, Community, and Cooperation, we are part of the world, not separate from it. Chapter. One of the oldest cultures on Earth is that of the Kung Bushman. It's an exclamation mark to make the noise. Of the Kalahari Desert in the northern parts of South Africa. The exclamation point in their name, Kung, represents a sound in their language which we don't have in English. It's a popping noise made in the mouth by forming a vacuum between the tongue and the top of the mouth and then pulling the tongue down quickly. There are three other sounds in their language for which we have no letters, all of them clicks or pops, made by similarly clicking the tongue against the front of the mouth or the sides of the mouth and teeth. They're such a unique culture that although they're ancient, their language contains sounds that have traveled to no other human tongue on Earth. Over the past few decades, as they've become more well-known, they've asked anthropologists and linguists that they be called the San, although most texts from before the 1980s refer to them as the Kung. They and their life are portrayed wonderfully well in the film The Gods Must Be Crazy. The San are racially distinct from the other Africans who have conquered the continent in the past millennia. Their skin is more yellow than black, and their eyes are slightly slanted, as if they share a common ancestor with Asians, or perhaps are indeed an early ancestor of the Asians. Their hair is black and curly like other Africans, but they're comparatively short and thin, often standing less than 5 feet tall and weighing fewer than 100 pounds. The lives of the San were first chronicled quite elegantly by Lawrence Vanderpost, a South African explorer and writer. In his 1961 book, The Heart of the Hunter, he tells of coming across a small Kung tribe of about a dozen adults and children as they crossed a particularly hot and barren part of the desert. Vanderpost and his fellow explorers started hunting some game so the Bushmen could have extra food to carry on their journey toward the lightning on the horizon, where the seasonal rains were beginning. The explorers spent an entire day hunting with their Land Rovers and provisioned the Bushmen well for their trip. As the little tribe was leaving, Vanderpost and his group stood to wave goodbye, but the Bushmen simply walked off with many smiles. No thank yous were ever given for all that food. One of Vanderpost's assistants, a hunter who'd never encountered Bushmen before, commented that they seemed ungrateful and uncaring. Ben, one of the other men in the group who understood Bushman culture, responded that to give another human food and water is only good manners and is routine behavior among the Bushmen. If the white men had been starving on a long trek and the Bushmen had found them, they would immediately share their food and water, even if it endangered their own survival, and they would not expect a thank you in response. In fact, in San Bushman culture, to eat in front of another person who is without food is considered an immoral act, every bit as horrific as if in our culture a person were to walk out onto a busy city sidewalk, pull down their pants, and defecate. Everyone would be shocked and horrified. As it happens, the San do say thank you. They do it whenever they're hunting, when they're making a decision to take a life. No animal is killed for food by the San without being thanked by them, both at the time of the hunt and later when a dance is done for the soul of the animal. And animals are only killed when there is a clear need for food. For those of us who grew up in modern civilization, it's difficult to imagine a life and culture where such fundamental things are simply taken for granted. When we stop behind a car at a red light, we don't open the door and run up to the car in front of us to thank them for being so considerate as to follow the basic rules of the road and stop for the red light. It's simply a given that everybody does that. No thanks are required. Thanking people for doing something implies they had a choice to do otherwise and did so out of a desire to be nice. But imagine a world where feeding another person is as much an automatic response as stopping at a red light. A world where a person who fails to feed or care for another is ostracized or punished, the way we give people tickets when they run red lights, where the care of others is more important than even the care of yourself, where the teaching all things that you should want others to do to you, do ye even so unto them, is actually practiced, not out of an effort, but as part of a daily routine, as the normal way things are, as the basic assumption of a society. That is San culture, the way of an older culture. A storyteller of Chippewa and Cree ancestry told me that his people have a belief that if a person visits your home and you fail to share with them food and water so that they leave hungry or thirsty, and then the Creator decides to take them home at that time, they will arrive in the spirit world hungry and thirsty. He said the responsibility for that person's condition in the world is yours because you were the last person he met and you had an opportunity to feed him. So we have an obligation to feed and give water and shelter and whatever else a person may need whenever they come into our village or our home. In our younger culture, we value productivity and individual possession. In their older culture, they value community. Most modern people find it difficult or impossible to imagine a world where community is more important than possessions. Yet this is how about 1% of the world's population still lives and how all of your and my ancestors lived for hundreds of thousands of years. In 1997, a group of 13 researchers released a study in which they quantified the value of all the environments on the planet, from measuring the size of the Louisiana shrimp harvest to how much people were willing to pay for access to a lake, coral reef, or other natural attraction. They concluded that the planet's natural areas were worth about $33 trillion. And then from there, I go on to talk about how that's a crazy way to value anything. And we need to be, revisiting these ancient culture values. The book is The Last Hours of Ancient Sunlight.
Want to connect with the show online? You can find the Thom Hartmann program on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Welcome back to the Thom Hartmann program. I'm Alex Lawson, filling in for Tom, and we're going to go right to the phones. We'll go to Tony in Georgia. Tony, you're on the air.
Hey, I think it was pretty courageous for you to have Noah on, and I think Noah is very courageous to speak this way. My wife is Palestinian. Most Americans, I think, are very clueless onto what history and what is going on today from the creation of Israel in 1948 to today, and what the Palestinians are faced with every day. I also don't think people understand how powerful AIPAC is and how many of their tentacles reach out to many politicians, either Democrats or Republicans, and whether they get primaried or not or ousted, like Donna Edwards or Helen Thomas, and we can go over a list. I think the Palestinians are trying to do it the peaceful way, but it's hard when you're under military occupation and you're told how to walk, sleep, eat, feel. I can't go there and visit my wife's family because we might not get across the border checkpoints. Medicine has to be snuck in. You have no way of creating your own business. Everything is ran through Israel. You don't have your own money. You don't have your own self-determination. Your houses are stolen from you left and right. It's a bad deal, and we shouldn't be involved in it. And we send a lot of money over there that we could use here.
Tony, thank you so much for your call. It's pretty old at this point, but I still think it's a fantastic movie and or documentary, and it still resonates, and there's a lot of relevancy there, although it's from 2005, so we're talking about a different era. But it's by Michael Franti, and it's I Know I'm Not Alone. But there's some really powerful scenes in that documentary that I think get to the human cost on all sides of an occupation. So he also went to Iraq when the American troops were there. Again, this is 2005, but a very powerful documentary. I Know I'm Not Alone. It's Michael Franti. I'm not sure if Troy's seen it, but Michael Franti is a musician. It's a little bit hippie, but it is quite good. And so thank you so much for your call, Tony. I'm going to go to the line here, and I'm going to Denitia. I'm not sure if I pronounced that right, in Washington State. You're on the line.
Hello, Alex. Thank you very much. It's Danita, but that's okay.
Danita.
It sounds funny. Yes, before I get to my question, I do want to thank you for you and Noah. I just said prayers this morning for both sides because I know there's good people on both sides. Mm-hmm. But it always irks me. I was in the military, but I was a medical person. But in Israel, you are required to be in the military. It must be very difficult for some of these people to serve and see the conditions that they have to. It breaks my heart.
That is actually, again, that documentary, I Know I'm Not Alone by Michael Franti. Really, that's one of the things that it looks at. So, yes, thank you for bringing that up. I see here you want to talk about Democratic support for Neil Gorsuch.
That's my big question. My big question is, I am blessed. We are blessed in Washington State to have our representatives, Derek Kilmer, Maria Cantwell, and Patty Murray, God bless them all, and our other members too. But we have been making calls. I have had family in Ohio and in Florida. I was even going to go to Canada too, but the lawyers in Canada told me, no, change the people in Florida and Ohio. And so I've been calling these people, and my friends and family have been calling both Democrats and Republicans to their representatives and expressing their views. I've been burning up the lines, but I would love to find out, if you can, reveal who those couple Democrats that they're listing that they're talking about in the Seattle paper that are thinking even about voting for this to confirm this man. Can you list who those are?
Yeah, so far
bombard them?
We have Joe Manchin. Let me start with one thing. It is far more effective for constituents to call their own senator. So it is really, if it's at all possible, to actually find people in the states to call their senators. There's like a scorecard that the offices keep. And basically, if you're not a constituent, you're on a scorecard that is kept over here. But, there's other things besides calling the office if you're not in that state, which is, social media impact, Twitter, Facebook, going to their pages, and especially, contacting friends and family in the states. But we're talking about so far who are on record stating their support. It's Joe Manchin in West Virginia, Heidi Heitkamp in North Dakota, and Joe Donnelly in Indiana are the three senators who have stated their support for Judge Gorsuch. Now, so I'm going to state that, but where you are, and let's say your senator is not one of those three, I want to tell you that moving them is probably not going to be possible because we're looking at a showdown in the next couple of days. It looks to be decided on Friday. I think continuing to call your senators and telling them to hold firm is really the path forward here in terms of activism on the Gorsuch nomination. Now, also, earlier we had on the policy manager for Indivisible, and they have a whole campaign, distributed, organized resistance campaign on Gorsuch that you can go to at indivisibleguide.com. And, I think, again, making sure that we hold firm, that the Democrats in the Senate hold firm in their filibuster is really, really important, because if we lose that, if that breaks, I think it really is it's a show of weakness, and it'll be a laying down that the Democrats are no longer listening to their base, to the people who are demanding that they follow our lead. And they are doing a good job so far at doing that. So thank you so much for your call. I'm going to go to Susan in California. Susan, you're on the line.
Hi, it's Suzanne. Sorry.
Hi, Suzanne.
Hey, so thank you so much for having Noah and on, and I think that's really, I think like Tony said, people don't understand what's going on there. I got my information from a History Channel, it was a piece of history, and I didn't know. So I think it's good to get the information out. I think people's minds will change when they learn more. I had also a comment about the disability welfare thing that we have going on. I'm in California. Everybody has their own rules. I had a back injury. I was on workers' comp and disability, and the disability company encouraged me to file for the state disability. And they encouraged me pretty hard at the beginning and sent me forms and told me how to do it. And I didn't do it. And then I found out that they started asking me about the money I got from the state and how I would have to pay it to them to reimburse them for what they paid me. And I'm like, but didn't I pay in for that? I mean, not only am I paying in through my Social Security, but I'm paying in through my own disability insurance that I carry.
So, Suzanne, that's actually one of the complicated things that oftentimes gets mixed into the debate is like what you just said. You brought up there are 4 separate systems that you just brought up. Workers' comp is one, private disability insurance, which is extremely rare in this country that people have private disability insurance, but that's 2.
I work for a university. So.
Yep. So 3 is a state disability insurance program, and then 4 is Social Security disability. And a lot of the confusion around DI is because there are all of these different systems, and many folks just don't keep them that clear. They kind of mix them up and when they're talking about them. So I'm really happy to hear that you did get the insurance coverage that you needed when you needed it. And each one, as you obviously know, have different lines, right? So like what is covered in one policy is completely different than what is covered in another policy. And the most stringent coverage or line is in that Social Security disability, the federal program. So I am interested, and I can't speak to the specifics because each policy is completely separate. But it sounds like, and this is the case in many areas of insurance and also in the pension area, and there's when you are mixing private insurance with a state or federal program, there's oftentimes, it says if this coverage will kick in unless the state coverage kicks in or the federal coverage kicks in. And so then a private insurer is going to put pressure on you to actually file for another program so that they're not actually paying, since all private insurers make money in the same way. Maybe there's a few who are really good, and I shouldn't throw them out with the incredible majority of them who make their money by taking your premiums and denying care. Right? That's the business model. Take the money in premiums, and then when you need the insurance to deny care or to pass the buck to another system. And it sounds, Susan, like that's what was going on in that case. And so thank you so much for calling in. And again, the key here on the Social Security disability is that it's one system. There is only Social Security. And the propaganda attacks by the corporate media are aimed at destroying the entire Social Security system. You're listening to the Thom Hartmann program. I'm Alex Lawson, filling in for Tom, and we'll be taking more of your calls right after this.
You're listening to Thom Hartmann. Visit thomhartmann.com for audio and video archives.
Taking more of your calls to close out the hour and the show right after this. Welcome back to the Thom Hartmann program. Going to go right to the lines. Gary in Illinois. Gary, you're on the air.
Hey, Alex. Greetings from Central Illinois.
Oh, thanks for calling in. I don't know where Mattoon is. Where is that?
We're about 40 miles south of University of Illinois at Urbana.
Oh, got it.
It's a country, small town. I've got a quick question here about the internet privacy business.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little concerned. I'm a small-time residential contractor and a single proprietor, and I haven't been able to definitively determine whether it's going to be retroactive or just going forward. It could greatly affect my business as well as my personal life. In other words, if competitors had access to all my past bids, my research, my methods, my communications with employees and partners, etc., it could really be anti-competitive, so to speak.
I think that's a very real worry, Gary. I think that, the fact that large, huge multinational corporations could use this to massively disadvantage any new entrants into the industry. And, this is an issue that I think what basically happened is that the rules that were going to change in the favor of the people are no longer going to change. And that is an important twist, because basically it's not that President Obama was so amazingly good on privacy. That's not the case. And it's not the case that the ISPs and big telecom did not, through the Obama administration, have an enormous amount of access and tons of anti-competitive behavior. And but what it means is now that they're not looking at, because there were rule changes and they were going to happen and they were going to protect the people against intrusions, more intrusions. But now that those rules aren't going to change, the ISPs have no reason to have good behavior. So we literally don't know exactly what they're going to do, because they're seeing that the rules aren't going to constrain them anymore. So they have a much freer reign. You know, their MO previously would be to say, look, we don't do that bad stuff. You don't need to legislate this because we self-regulate. And we all know how that works. But now that there is no rule changes, we just don't know exactly what the behavior that the big ISPs are going to take. We don't know smaller sized ISPs. I don't know in where you are, who is the telco. But unfortunately, we just don't know what it's going to look like. And that's why we have to demand, this is why you need rules and regulations, is so that we are clear, and there's one playing field that everyone has to follow. So, Gary, thanks so much for your call on internet privacy. It's really striking, you see how fast this administration and their minions in Congress move to just give as much power and authority to their corporate overlords and their power brokers and I don't know, the folks who call the shots, like the ISPs. You're listening to the Thom Hartmann program. I'm Alex Lawson, filling in for Tom, and we'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the Thom Hartmann program. I'm Alex Lawson, filling in for Tom. Gonna try to get to as many calls as I can here on our way out. Today, I'm going to Rick in Minneapolis. Rick, you're on the air.
Well, hello. I think we really need to have a number one goal to focus on. Like, Bernie Sanders is now saying Medicare for all. If at all gatherings across the country, whether we're at a town hall meeting or in a march, just pick a time where everybody would be focused on that one issue. And to make that clear, everybody could just stop what they're doing, stand up, put a hand in the air for a moment of silence, and then, cheer when we're done with that moment of silence. And then, let everybody know that we're across the country focused on one issue. And Medicare for all could be it. It's an issue that's really important to people right now. So,
Rick,
and we did this in New York City 2 years ago with 500,000 people organized by Bill McKibben of 350. Where at exactly 1 o'clock, everybody stopped this march. It was noisy and rowdy, and everybody stopped, put a hand in the air, and went quiet for a minute. And it was really cool and powerful. And of course, then it was focused on climate issues. But if we had a master list of a few, getting big money out of politics would be a big one. But right now, a really important one that seems to be on the top of everybody's list is a Medicare for all.
Rick, thank you so much for your call. Medicare for everybody, expanding Medicare is definitely on the top of my list. I think the tactic that you bring up is a good one. 350.org did use that to great effect. I would say that trying to corral everyone into one issue is actually going to be fraught. Where we have success as a progressive movement is in the concept of solidarity. So standing shoulder to shoulder as we have multiple fights in the realization that these different facets, these different faces of these different fights are often just that, faces of one fight, which is often a fight that is as old as humanity, which is the many versus the few. It is the people versus the global oligarchy. It is the idea that the people are the best place to have power over ourselves, and not to give power and money and privilege to a defined few who then use that power and privilege to hoover up even more power and privilege. And that is a solidarity approach. So when we stand with our brothers and sisters in the climate world, and we say, the same drive that oil power and big oil and the money there. It's connected through this Wall Street big money world. And this is one, the corporate boards are interlocking, and they are also the ones who own the corporate media that in the social insurance world, you know, we're saying, oh, this corporate media is lying about the way that Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid and healthcare in general, and of course prescription drug prices are actually what's going on. What is the reality there? And again, what I'm saying is trying to corral everyone to be on one message when everyone does come at this in from a different place. And so I think the idea of solidarity, that standing with our brothers and sisters in the various fights that are happening, is a strategy that leads to gaining power in all of the fights. Damien in New York. Damien, you're on the line.
Hey, Alex, I know you're an expert on Social Security. I was wondering if you can clear something up for me. Just, full disclosure, I've spoken to you before on Ari Ravenhoff's show. I'm a conservative.
Oh, hey, Damien.
Hi, how are you? I respect what you do, by the way. But I was told that, and you hear it a lot, that undocumented people cannot collect Social Security, correct?
Correct.
Correct. All right. Now, I've been told, I don't know if it's false, that they can collect disability, though, and they collect welfare. How is that possible, if it is possible?
So I don't know if you heard the previous, when I was talking with this other caller from California, a person who is not a citizen cannot collect Social Security of any sort. So retirement, disability, or survivors benefits. This is all the Social Security system, the federal Social Security system, cannot collect those benefits. But what you are maybe hearing about is very often people kind of confuse an array of systems and they mush it all into saying, oh, well, that's disability, that's Social Security disability, when in fact, the previous caller actually brought up all four of them. You have private, you have workers' comp, you have private disability insurance, you have state programs, and you have federal Social Security disability insurance. And there are varying levels in varying states for all of the programs except for Social Security, which is a federal program that has one extremely strict standard. And, you know, it like we spoke of before in the show, the problem with Social Security disability is only in that many people who qualify and should get it are not able to get the benefits that they've paid for. So thanks for your call. I'm Alex Lawson, filling in for Thom Hartmann. Got a couple more days in this chair. I'm having a great time with you all. So come back tomorrow. I'll be here again on the Thom Hartmann program. Signing off.
You've been listening to Thom Hartmann. For audio and video archives, visit thomhartmann.com.
The Thom Hartmann program is brought to you in part by the Aiden Forecast, an investment newsletter with weekly updates of leading market indicators and a monthly deep dive into what the details of the economy and the markets mean for investors and retirees. On the web at aidenmarkets.com.
Wines have some of the highest pesticide levels in our food chain. This hour brought to you by ecowine.com. Pesticide-free wines, organic wines, imported from France by the Organic Wine Company, ecowine.com.
The Thom Hartmann program is brought to you in part by Super Beets. Super Beets are sourced from non-GMO beets, and they're packed with dietary nitrates, helping to produce nitric oxide for more energy, stamina, and support for healthy blood pressure levels naturally. For more information, call 800-223-8242 or visit freespeechbeats.com.